What is up, everybody? A Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash starts now. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video, streaming. Watch the show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Hennings producing today's show. You out there, what's up, everybody? Well, the Nola coaster crashed last night. They had won 8 out of 10 starts with Aaron Nola on the mound, but they gave him a 5-0 lead last night, and he could not hold on to it. And the Phillies officially have a Aaron Nola issue here. Listen, he had been walking the tightrope of mediocre starts at best. But last night was the end of the line. 8 runs allowed, most in any game this season. Couldn't get out of the 5th. 8 hits, couple tater shots. You're up 5-0. You got to basically get it to the bullpen. And I know the bullpen was short last night, so I think they left him out there a little longer than they should have. JT Realmuto said as such last night. He said, I think we left him out there a little too long, and he could not get the job done. But the Phillies officially have an Aaron Nola problem. I mean, we knew you couldn't trust him. I certainly not like, hey, I want this guy pitching a playoff game as my 4th guy. But there's no way around it now. You can't have him pitch a playoff game. If you were any way, shape, or form thinking about it, if you're the Philadelphia Phillies, if you were like, hey, he only has to make 2 playoff starts, there's just no way you can do it. You simply cannot trust him to pitch in a playoff game. So now the Phillies got to figure out what to do. This guy's got 4 years left on a deal where he will get paid $25 million per season. So they got a big problem because you can't pitch this guy every 5th day. You can't do it. You know, I saw something today. This is pretty unbelievable. That Taijuan Walker's numbers are actually better than Aaron Nola's numbers were when they decided to get rid of him. And you think about that. I mean, Taijuan Walker was unpitchable. This was from Corey Seidman from PHLY. Aaron Nola, the last 2 seasons, 6.02 ERA, a 142 whip. He averaged 5.3 innings per start. Taijuan Walker, as a Philly, a 5.12 ERA, a 147 whip, and 5.2 innings per start. He's been better, a full run better than Aaron Nola. They've got to do something. They got to figure something out here. Jeff Kerr, who's going to be on again for tonight's Phillies Fastball segment, he tweeted something out. There's a lot of people saying you got to DFA Aaron Nola. Here's the problem, as Kerr points out. He's not wrong. 4 years remaining on the contract. He's owed $98 million. This isn't football. He's got a fully guaranteed contract. The Phillies have to pay him $98 million whether they like it or not. Keep in mind, they're already paying Taijuan Walker and Nick Castellanos to basically enjoy their summer. That's $38 million in contracts of 2 guys who are offering Zippo. Here's another problem. You DFA Aaron Nola, let's just play along. Who the heck is taking his spot? You've already got Aaron Rangel up here. Or Alan Rangel, sorry. So he's already up. And they already don't trust him enough to start a game. They're using him as a piggybacker. Your other option is Andrew Painter, who the Phillies have no idea what they want to do with him right now. He didn't pitch all that well in his start on Sunday. So no one's going to be here unless they do something here. I mean, you're at the point now where you might need 2 starting pitchers. You got the one that you need to replace Andrew Painter because he flopped. And you can't pitch Aaron Nola in a playoff game. Can't do it. I mean, that last night was painful to watch. It really was. This was a guy who was really good. I mean, Aaron Nola has been a really good Philly. Solid. When he was a first-round pick, you don't know what to expect out of a guy. He came up here and basically took the ball every 5th day and pitched really well for, I don't know, how many years has he been in the league? This is his 12th year. I mean, he really pitched well up until about 2024. 2025, last year, horrendous. And this year, he's an abomination. His ERA last year, 6.01. He's at 6.04 right now. He's worse this year than last year. That's tough to do. Last year, he had 17 starts. This year, he had 17 starts. So you have about a full season sample size. It's bad. He is 8-15 over those starts. 34 starts. He's 8-15 with an ERA of probably about 6. I mean, he's got about a 1 year over the last 2 seasons. You put those 2 seasons together, that's about 1 full season. This is unpitchable. And again, Aaron Nola was a pretty successful pitcher for this team. He's one of the best pitchers in the history of the franchise, to be fair. He's 103rd all-time in Major League Baseball history in strikeouts. He's finished in the Cy Young top 10 3 times and the top 11 1 time. So 4 times he's been in the top 11 Cy Young voting. But this has gone awry. This is in a bad spot right now. Listen, sometimes you just have to decide, do we want to keep sending this guy out there because the paycheck says we have to, or do we have to make a big boy decision here and do something? And I think the Phillies, for the betterment of this team, the problem with Nola is he's such a well-respected guy on that team. What do you do with him? He's never pitched out of the bullpen, ever. He has never pitched out of the bullpen. He has 302 appearances. They're all starts. He has never pitched out of the bullpen 1 time in his career. Do you try that? Do you just say, listen, I mean, you did it with Taijuan Walker. You threw him to the bullpen and then basically had no role for him. But do you try that with Nola? I mean, because honestly, you can't pitch him every 5th day. His 6.03 ERA over the last 2 seasons, that's the 3rd worst ERA for any pitcher who has thrown 150 or more innings. He's been atrocious. Now, I don't know what you do. Like, we oftentimes feel like, hey, this is what you have to do. I know it's easy for a guy on radio to come on and say, you've got to DFA him. Kerr points it out. How are you going to DFA this guy? They got nobody to replace him. So sometimes, like in the Painter situation, I looked at it, it wasn't about who replaces Painter. It was about saving Painter. Nola's not salvageable at this period. Nola can't be saved. He's cooked. Painter can be saved. Nola, he's cooked. He's got nothing left. You saw it in the 5th inning last night. He almost was like, can you get me out of here? The look in his face was almost as if, guys, please, please, I got nothing left. You felt like he was just out there because he knew he had to take one for the team, but he didn't want to be there. And after the game, he sounded like a defeated guy. Remember last year, there was a game where Romano, he had been pitching pretty well for like about a month there. Romano had like a little month where he like turned it around, and you're like, okay, maybe he's found it again. Because remember, Romano had been an all-star in Toronto, and he was terrible in the month of April. Then he did kind of turn it around there, and then all of a sudden, it just fell apart for him. And there was a game, I forget where it was and what happened, but I remember hearing him talk after that game. And it was that moment where he was just like, I'm throwing the ball 98 miles an hour, but I can't get anybody out. And he knew it. He just knew, I'm done. I got nothing left. And I feel like Nola's at that point where he knows, I'm trying everything and I got nothing. And he knows, listen, Nola's a prideful guy and he's a great Philly. He's a well-respected guy. He knows that contract is an anchor on this team right now. He knows it. And he's not going to be the guy that says, hey, take it away from, like, you can't. It is what it is. He gets $98 million whether he's sitting on the beach in Cape May for the next 4 summers or not. down there hanging out with my buddy Dave Gallagher. You can tell old baseball stories and say, hey, man, we all know at some point it's up. Although Dave's probably a better interview on the radio than Aaron Nola would be. But this thing is at the point now where the Phillies have a big problem. They got two problems. One, they don't have a fifth starter. And two, they can't trust the fourth starter anymore now either. So when you get into a playoff series, you got to get another guy. So with that, where does that put starting pitching on the pantheon of things that you needed? Because I think a lot of people looked at it and said, you got Wheeler, you got Luzardo, and you got, of course, Sanchez. You're good with those guys. You don't really need another starting pitcher. You can't pitch Nola in a playoff series. You can't do it. I don't care if he goes 10 straight outings where he doesn't give up a run. You know in the back of your mind, this is there. This appearance last night is waiting for you. Somewhere it will tap you on the shoulder and say, your day is mine. I own your day. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Poll question at Mike Gill Show. Vote at Mike Gill Show. I have opined in the past that there's one contract in the city, if I could get rid of it, would be Trey Turner's. I'm not sure that it's Trey Turner anymore that I would be the one. If you could remove one, Turner, 7 more years at $27 million per year, or Nola, 4 more years at $24.5 million per year, which one do you get rid of? I think I'm still on the Trey Turner one, but it's starting to get close because Nola, to me, is absolutely cooked.
So a couple things. One, I voted in the poll earlier today, Mike, and I'm going with Nola. I'm completely off the Trey Turner contract thing because at least with Turner, I can change his position. I can find someone else to play shortstop. And Turner at least has been productive at times. Like, he hasn't been a complete, he hasn't struck out every game. He hasn't not gotten zero. At least he's done something at times. And you can still see, like Dave Gallagher, you mentioned, he'll be on tomorrow's show. He has mentioned numerous times, if Trey Turner just closes his hips and has a normal baseball swing, he's probably going to make contact more often than not. It's when he has these wild swings. So to me, I see Trey Turner as at least he's salvageable. I think the Phillies completely miscalculated the Nola aging process. I think that they completely miscalculated what he was going to be as he got older. And I know you can't always predict injuries, but we all know. Doesn't matter what sport you play. Guys get injured as they get older. And I think the Phillies miscalculated the Nola coaster's impact as he aged.
There was a lot there. The fact that there was the talk that Atlanta might get involved and that they couldn't stomach seeing him go to Atlanta. So they basically said, look, we can't have him go to Atlanta. That was part of the whole situation. And listen, when he got that deal, he had still been pitching somewhat serviceably. You're right. Maybe they miscalculated the drop-off, but could anybody have seen the drop-off being this drastic?
Maybe not this drastic, but I think that there was an element where you could have, and again, I have to pull up the exact numbers of the contract again, but
I'll give it to you. In 2023, he signed this new deal after the 2023 season. He got a contract that is 7 years, $172 million.
All right. So,
and in 2024, was his first year of that deal. He was 14-8 with a 3.57 ERA, a WHIP of 1.1. He was fine. If you got that guy, that's fine. And you're saying that's the guy. He's not a number 1 starter anymore. He's not a number 2 starter anymore, but he's an innings eater. He makes 30 plus starts a year. a guy with a 3.50 ERA and a 1.1 WHIP, you can handle that guy. What happened in 2025 and 2026? That's not what I'm getting. That's not what I thought I was getting.
Well, that's why I mentioned you can't always predict injuries because for whatever reason, the oblique, ankle, whatever was really going on last year, it obviously has impacted him on some level. My question is, if you were worried about him going to Atlanta, was there a scenario where you could have given him a contract that was front-loaded? Was there a scenario where you could have been like, look, Aaron, we want you to be a Philly. We don't know what you're going to be like down the road, but we're willing to pay you up front a chunk of money.
I mean, revisionist history, sure. You could have obviously structured this deal differently than what you did, where you're basically paying him $25 million over the next 4 years. And you are not going to get anywhere close to $25 million worth of ROI. Not close.
Right. And I think this is where the conversation you, Oscar, and Jeff were having yesterday gets brought up, which is we have criticized Dombrowski for the initial move. It's the secondary move to fix the initial move is where he
all right.
shined.
Now you have to act on it. Now it's a clear problem for a full season. Last year, 17 starts, and this year, 17 starts.
Yep.
That's 34 starts. It's time to now act on it because you gave him 34 starts, and it's not getting better. Now you have to decide, how do we fix this? What do we do?
So I do have an answer to your previous question. Your previous question is about, can Aaron Nola even go to the bullpen? Can Aaron Nola even have a different role? I'm not saying this is the answer, but I'm saying maybe this might influence your thinking on it. So I pulled up the splits for Aaron Nola this year. Aaron Nola has given up basically 70% of his runs from the second inning on.
Yeah.
His ERA in the first inning this year is 3.18. He has the lowest batting average, on base percentage, everything in the first inning this year. What if you just say to Aaron Nola, you're an opener? Is that a way to salvage
It's a way to
for the rest
salvage
of the
something.
year?
It's a way to look, right now, you need an opener, then fine. He pitches no more than 2 innings, but that's no way. That's no way to plan. You can't plan your whole season on a guy pitching 2 innings and then having to have a bullpen game every single time. You see what it does to the bullpen. It just absolutely blows the bullpen out.
I agree. I was just
you
trying
can do
to
that in the playoffs, but do you really want to pitch Aaron Nola in the first 2 innings of a playoff game?
I don't know. I mean, we saw last year in the postseason, he was great in the first inning. Maybe you do.
609-403-0973. The votes are coming in, and there's a lot of votes. We've actually got Salem, Cumberland, and Cape May County. There's that many votes coming in.
People are angry
on this one.
The people ran to the polls with ferocity.
You can remove one contract. Trey Turner, 7 more years at $27 million a year. Aaron Nola, 4 more years at $24.5 million. I'm still Turner. And I can give you a long expository on as to why. And I get it. For me, Aaron Nola's only 4 more years of ineptitude. Trey Turner's 7 more years. And I know, even if this year he's good, and even if next year he turns it around and he's good, he's not going to be good for 4 or 5 of those years.
Maybe not, but if there's a way to, I feel like you can salvage Turner at this point. I don't think you can salvage Nola. I think Nola is.
I agree. I don't think you can salvage Nola. I think Nola's cooked. I also think Turner will be no better than an average to good player. A good player. I think he'll be no better than a good player. He's not going to be the impact player that you thought.
Well,
and you're going to have problems with him at shortstop. Yeah. You're going to have problems with him hitting at the top of the lineup.
Right.
All that stuff.
But that's why I'm saying I think that there is a scenario where you move Trey Turner to left field. Let's use that as an example, right? You move Trey Turner to left field.
You have to.
You get a bona fide shortstop in here, whether it's Stott or somebody else playing that position. It fixes maybe part of your lineup, right? And if Trey Turner can be better than he is this year, but maybe he's never going to be the guy who hits 300 ever again, but he hits maybe 275 moving forward. To me, that's at least salvageable.
609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Shaner in Ocean City says, Nola hands down, but send Turner away for a great starter, a.k.a. Ranger. Come home, Ranger. Perhaps Turner picks it up, but we still need pitching. Where do we get it? Maybe a position trade. No one is taking Nola. We paid him for being an amazing Philly, not for what he will be. Bad front office. You're not trading Turner. No one's taking that contract.
Nobody
so
wants
that's
that
one.
contract.
Two.
By the way, can I say, I don't think anybody wants Turner.
That's what I just said.
No, I meant you meant his contract. I mean, I don't know if he wants Turner.
Oh.
In general.
You mean like if he had a manageable contract,
yes.
Somebody still doesn't want him.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm not going to debate that. I don't think that Turner is all that attractive from what he's. That contract's terrible.
He's not an attractive player at this point. You can't trade him.
Not for 7 years. I mean, if he had 2 years left, maybe someone would take a shot.
Maybe.
Nola, at this point, I think the Phillies, like Chase Sugar last night, you can't pitch him.
Right.
It's a nice story. He came up and did a nice job. He's not a pitcher on a contending team.
How many times, Mike, have you talked about guys who get overexposed?
Yeah.
I think Chase Sugar's been overexposed.
I think that's a great point. He has been overexposed. You keep bringing him in. Look, Chase Sugar, great story. Seems like a good dude. He gave you some nice innings. He's small. He's only like 5'11". He doesn't throw overly hard. He doesn't have great stuff. He's just out there with guts and guile.
He reminds me a little bit. Remember Andrew Bellotti?
Yeah, a little bit.
Bellotti was a guy who came in here and was serviceable for you. Did a good job for a short amount of time. But then the rest of the league figured him out, and you had to move on.
Yeah, there's guys like this all over the place. They're just like they're 4A pitchers. They come up when you have an injury and you need someone to fill an injury gap. He shouldn't be out there every single night,
right?
Trying to lock down innings for you. Last night, your team crawls back in the game, and he's coming in the 8th inning, and he gives up a tater shot. I mean, no, listen, I get it. Their bullpen, I guess, was taxed and didn't have a lot of options.
Well, even before that, the whole Seth Johnson thing. Seth Johnson, the one inning he comes in, he can't get almost anybody out. The next inning, he strikes almost the side.
That's bullpens. But Sugar, he's a 4A pitcher. Seth Johnson,
4A pitcher.
Seemingly a 4A pitcher, which is unfortunate because he's a younger guy and you were hoping that he could help you out. But they got a lot of problems in that bullpen. We got the Phillies mailbag coming up on the other side. Frank Klose answers your Phillies mailbag questions. We'll find out what questions you have today. This hour of the show, get on board. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by the law office of Craig A. Altman.
If you get into a car accident, an injury at work, a slip and fall, whatever happens, you want to make sure that you have someone on your side who's not like Dave Dombrowski. You don't want a lawyer who's going to get the first move wrong but have to make up for it later. No, you need someone who's going to help take care of you and take on the insurance companies the first time. If you want to pay nothing unless you win, then you need to call 856-327-8899. Located right here in South Jersey in Violin. The law offices of Craig A. Altman will fight for you. So if this unfortunate situation happens to you, car accident, injury at work, you need the best on your side, someone who knows South Jersey, and that's the law offices of Craig A. Altman. Get your free consultation right now at CraigAltmanLaw.com.
Coming up on today's show, Frank Klose answers your Phillies questions. The Nuggets today. Keith Smith, the start of NBA free agency, is tonight. Already moves LeBron James. He has made his decision. Where will he play next season? Keith Smith, Phillies Fastball, football at 4. Kevin Cooney, the Cooney Report. All that, plus you out there on a Tuesday. Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN. 2:31, time for the mailbag. Frank Klose answers your Phillies mailbag questions at Frank Klose every Tuesday. Covered the Phillies for a long, long time for 97.3 ESPN.com. And he answers your Phillies questions right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, 609-403-0973. If you have a Phillies mailbag question you want to get into the mix, we got plenty of them over on our website, 973ESPN.com, with Frank, who answers your questions right now on the Sports Bash. What's up, Frank?
Not much. How are you, Mike?
We're ready to go, man. Phil's last night get a 5-0 lead, and then the Nola coaster. And this Nola coaster ride was like the one I saw at Six Flags the other day, where it got stuck and all the people were up in the air. Not a good one there. Obviously, a lot of questions on that. Jimmy has a question, and so does all of the Delaware Valley. It's a great question. Realistically, what can the Phillies do to unburden themselves from Aaron Nola starting that doesn't include releasing him? Because we know the Phillies will not do that.
Well, yes, last night definitely a roller coaster. 5-0 lead becomes an 11-7 loss, which of course is not what you want. It seemed like the Phillies were in a good spot in the game, and the fact that he was even, and I think this has a lot to do with the bullpen. I think it's kind of where I'm going with this question and what we need to think about here. The Phillies acknowledge that there's an issue because they separated out the fifth starter / Andrew Painter / Alan Ronhell bulk, whatever you want to call that fifth spot in the rotation, from Aaron Nola, putting Jesus Luzardo in between them. Why? Because they didn't want to overburden the bullpen. And so let's take a look at why Nola might be this way first before we get into what to do about it. But Tyler Zulli had a really good post last night where he kind of showed the spray chart of where Aaron Nola's pitches went, and they're right down the middle. A lot of his pitches are right down the middle. And one of the big issues with that is his velocity is down from even at a couple starts this year, but certainly from 2 years ago. 2024 to 2025, velocity dipped a lot. And then this year, he seems to have gotten it back a couple times, but his velocity is down. So what do you do when your velocity is down? Well, as Tyler said, you can't throw the ball over the plate. And that's kind of what keeps biting Aaron Nola here. Now, right now, if you look at his OPS, it's 820 against him for the season. It jumps to 909 the second time through the lineup. So what's happening is people are coming up, they're seeing what he's doing, and then by the second at bat, they're ready for it, right? So having it right over the plate, not helpful. So then what do you have to do? Well, first, you got to make some adjustments, right? If you look at the couple times he was successful this year, he was really good at painting around the strike zone. I think you need more of that and not the ball down the middle. But really, then what? Because you have to kind of fix this on the fly. 4 years left, almost $25 million a year, every year for the next 4. That's a lot of money. You can't just cut that. But here's what you can do. First thing I would do, if I'm the Phillies, solidify that fifth spot in the starting rotation, right? So Alan Ronhell's been okay in his looks there, but they can't afford for the bullpen to go 4 innings plus twice through the rotation. I think that's a really important thing to fix here. If you had a 4th starter that you could count on every 5th day to go 5 to 6 innings, maybe you feel better about making up for Nola's start. Maybe you feel like you can pull him a little bit quicker, because I thought last night Don Mattingly was a little patient with Nola, and I think he had to be patient with Nola.
Well, in fact, Real Muto did say after the game they thought they left him out there too long, and that could be because the bullpen was taxed.
Yeah, so the more you throw in the other games, then that's a shorter hook for Nola there. So if I'm the Phillies, I need to make sure that his start is the only one through the rotation where you have to get to that. So yeah, very, very good point there about leaving him in too long. And the second thing too is so there's a clear velocity dip here, right? What can you do about that? Now, if you look at a couple of his recent good games, you might remember San Diego on the 2nd. He had a very nice game. And 6-13 in Milwaukee. He also had a decent game where he allowed 3 earned runs against a really tough Brewers lineup. If you look at his velocity from game to game, those were 2 starts that his velocity had ticked up. So maybe you could address that root problem a little bit. All right, is there a strength and conditioning issue here that would make him stronger? Is there a minor injury? And if there is a minor injury, maybe you have to address that and go with an injured list stint or something like that. But they have to adjust to his new reality if his velocity is down. Now, Jamie Moyer, of course, had great success with his low velocity and really had a long career. But if you can't resolve that velocity somehow, then you have to come up with a new game plan, because you can't throw the way you threw before when you were throwing 3, 4, 5, 6 miles an hour or higher at times with your fastball. So this is kind of a new reality. In fact, last year Aaron Nola made 17 starts. His ERA 6.01. Right now, through 17 starts, his ERA 6.04. So I don't know if that's consistency, Mike, from one year to the next, but his velocity right now is looking a lot like it did last year. So
well, one area when he first, for most of his career, he was a guy that didn't walk batters. I mean, he didn't really, have control issues. That's something that has happened in the last 2 years here. And a lot of it coincides a little bit with the pitch clock and all that. You wonder if he ever really adjusted to the pitch clock and all of that stuff, because he never had command issues. Now it seems like he's got command issues almost every single game.
Well, I mean, the ABS might have something to do with that too, because as I said, he seems to do well when he's kind of painting around the strike zone. But if he's afraid to do that, I mean, I don't know, I'm not in his head, but if he's afraid to do that because it might be called a ball, well, then I think he's going to get in trouble there. Or maybe sometimes the smart hitters have picked up on that, and that painting doesn't work because they know just to take a lot of pitches.
All right, Frank, we know the Nola situation, and quite frankly, listen, they don't have an option to call up to replace him. I mean, even if they said, look, we are going to put our big boy pants on, we're just getting rid of this guy, which we know is not happening. But even if they did make a bold decision, they don't have anybody to replace him.
That's true. I mean, Andrew Painter, if he's right, is probably the next option at AAA. I mean, they added Kobe Allard, who was up with the Phillies a couple of years ago and actually had a decent year last year with Cleveland. But they're by the way, not pitching wise, but they also grabbed Tommy Pham and throw him in. I think he's going to go to AAA first. But anyway, they're collecting pieces to put at AAA whenever they can get them to sort of see what they can do. So I think they're going to do a lot more of that in the interim. And certainly the trade deadline is looming. About 5 weeks away now at this point. So they might have to try to address it that way. But that's no guarantee. But in the meantime, I think you're going to see a lot of those minor league pickups just to see what they can do to maybe get some. So by the way, Woods Richardson got DFA'd by the Blue Jays. I didn't see what happened to him just yet, but that could be a name that if they could work out a deal or something like that. I would just keep bringing in pieces just to have some depth.
Ed wants to know, what's your take? We asked this question on our poll question last week about the NL East. I mean, I think it was last Monday, we had said, look, they're 6.5 out. Can they get to 4.5 by the All-Star break? They have gotten closer than 4.5 already. So what is your take on the NL East race? How does this thing shape out? We got about half the season left.
Yeah, well, after last night's loss, Phillies are 47-38, and the Braves are 49-33. They have played actually 4 fewer games than the Phillies so far, but the Phillies are 3.5 out. And of course, the turning point is when Rob Thompson was dismissed. They were 10.5 games behind the Braves. They really closed that gap a lot. When you look at the 9-19 start the Phillies had, 38-20 since. That's a .655 winning percentage. And now the Braves, if you looked at that same point and went to today, they're at a .547 clip. Now, the question becomes, are they going to stick around at those clips, both of them? If you took that percentage from this point forward for the end of the season, the Phillies could win 97 games, go 97-65. If the Braves stuck at .547 to the end from now, they'll be 94-68. So we know that, though, there's going to be some changes here, right? So the June that the Braves are having is different than the Phillies are having. The Phillies are 17-9 in June. The Braves are 9-13 in June. So where they're both at, we're seeing the Braves struggling to really have anybody pitch in their starting rotation. That's a big problem for the Braves right now. They're also without Ronald Acuna Jr. With injuries. And of course, their former All-Star third baseman, Austin Riley's been pretty poor this season. So, you add all those things up with where the Phillies are at right now. Phillies also have some holes. We've talked about them a lot, just one of them right now. So the question will be basically, well, what's going to happen the rest of the way? And I think the Phillies could potentially catch up to the Braves by the All-Star break, especially right now while the Braves are at their season low in terms of how they're performing. There might be an opportunity for the Phillies to sort of meet them there or be close to it. But I think that the story of the NL East is going to come down to two things. I think the first thing is what trade deadline acquisitions will each team make, right? I mean, the Braves, they're going to need to find some starting pitching. Now, the Braves, do they use some of their top prospects to get starting pitchers and really go for it? I think that's a team that probably could work out a deal for Tariq Skubal if they wanted, if he's for trade. And so keep an eye on that. Now, obviously, they add a piece like that, then you might be thinking a little bit differently. This becomes suddenly much, much more competitive. But then beyond that, how are they going to do in September? They have 6 games left against one another. Can one team in the head-to-head games really put some separation? I think that's going to be a really important thing to do. So let's see what the Phillies get at the deadline, see what the Braves get at the deadline, and then see how they do head-to-head. I think that the NL East is kind of an open question, though, for me at this point.
All right, Frank. Michael wants to know how the Phillies deal with this bullpen. This was supposed to be a strong suit of this team, and now it looks like it's a problem.
Yeah, and really a lot of it goes back to those Aaron Nola and Andrew Painter starts that we were just talking about, right? So the more that they have to pitch, the more exposed they are, the more they get worn down, et cetera, et cetera. And we know that when Zach Wheeler or Christopher Sanchez get the ball, you might only need like an inning between them and Joan Duran, and you feel pretty good about those days, right? So I think right now you got to really figure out then how to strengthen the bullpen. I think that is get that starting piece fixed up, right? That's going to go a long way, right? When you maybe remove 3-4 innings out of the equation throughout the rotation, that might really get you somewhere. Now, another thing to look at here is Brad Keller. When he comes back, if he's healthy, it seems like he just made some strides. He's going to start ramping it up soon. If he can be effective, that's a big boost. If he comes back healthy, if he pitches like he did the second half last year for the Cubs, then you're feeling really good all of a sudden about that back end of the bullpen at the very least. And of course, that bumps Ryan Kerkering back down. You're feeling better, all around in the bullpen, right? So I would look at adding a left-handed arm if I'm the Phillies. I know it's a really tall ask because we've been talking about them adding a right-handed bat, talking about them adding a starting pitcher now. But if they have anything left to make a trade, getting a lefty arm. Tanner Banks was one of that extra lefty a couple years ago, and it was surprisingly good. Now, of course, he fell off the face of the earth this year, but if they can add an arm like that might go a long way, right? And of course, if you're not shuffling the Max Lazars and Seth Johnsons back and forth to AAA just to have the fresh arm because your starters didn't go long enough, I think some stability will take shape there, right? Because you didn't really get to see what Max Lazar can do, and to a certain extent, Seth Johnson, he's kind of thrown into the fire. Thrown into, basically put out fires in the middle of games. You don't really get to see what he can do either. So it would be really good if you could calm down the front end of that Phillies bullpen as well by not having them pitch so frequently and not having to shuffle a bunch of them back and forth. So starting with the rotation there, I think that'll make it better. And let's see what Brad Keller has when he comes back, because he was a really, really nice piece last year. He didn't have the consistency, didn't have the command this year, but so many people across baseball thought that was the pickup for the Phillies this offseason that would have made such a difference. It would be great if he did.
A lot of people, looked at that addition as, wow, your bullpen, you got Duran and Keller. If you get it to the 8th inning, this game's over, and that has not happened.
No, not. And of course, Jose Alvarado, he's still Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde again. You don't know what you're going to get game to game, and he's still a little bit wild. Not in the effectively wild kind of way that he has been in the past either, because people know Jose Alvarado at this point. So yeah, he's got to get his command a little bit better too.
All right, Frank Klose answers your Phillies mailbag questions. They will take on the Pirates tonight. It's the second of 4 against Pittsburgh. This is a fun series. The Pirates, this is a team that it's not the same old Pirates. They can hit. They got some good pitching. So this is a Pirates team that, is definitely not a pushover like they've been in the past. And even when they've been a pushover, you've struggled with them. But the Pirates, a game over 500 right now. And, of course, the Phillies have their pitching problems with Aaron Nola, but things starting to look up as you turn the rotation back around. And for the Phillies tonight, it will be Christopher Sanchez, Wheeler tomorrow, and then Alan Rangel is scheduled to throw on Thursday. To a Wednesday game, by the way, it's Wheeler versus Skeens. Tonight is Sanchez versus Chandler. So 2 really good pitching matchups the next 2 nights at Citizens Bank Park. All right, Frank. Well, you got any great plans for the 4th of July?
Not really. I have to. I actually have I have to work. I have a job I have to do. So
Saturday afternoon, 4th of July. Of course, we'll talk
music
more
job,
about it.
but
Yeah, man. We'll talk more about it on Tuesday with the Phillies and get your answer, your Phillies mailbag questions answered with Frank. All right, man. We'll see you.
thanks, Mike. Stay
All
cool.
right. There's Frank, of course, back on Tuesday with more of your questions here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up, we've got so much more to go, including Do You Remember? We'll take a look back at things that happened on this day in the sport. This hour of the show, keep it locked, brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman, 2 o'clock hour of the show. And don't forget our friends over at Jersey Cal, now open on Ventnor Avenue in Margate across from Down Beach Liquor. They serve homemade ice cream with the best ingredients and packed with flavor. Cones, cups, sundaes, cyclones, gelatis, milkshakes, waffles. Those waffles that we had last Friday were unbelievable. They're open from 11 every day, and you can go to Northfield, Brigantine, Absecon, and now in Margate. Jersey Cal, homemade happiness in every bite. They're open year-round. More Sports Bash on the way on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 253. Do you remember? These are events that happened on this day, June 30th, Josh. Are you ready for today's Do You Remember?
Let's do it.
All right, brought to you by our friends at Yuri's. We're going to be there this Thursday. Seafood extraordinary, the value tremendous. The sunset's on the house. Yuri's Waterfront Restaurant, Boathouse Restaurant at the foot of the bridge in Wildwood. Experience the best of the Jersey Shore. Yuri's in the Boathouse. We're there Thursday for a Phillies day game watch party. So come out and watch the Phillies with us at Yuri's in Wildwood. That, by the way, is a 12:35 early start. So get down there early, hang out for us at 2 o'clock on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, here we go. On this day, June the 30th, Tanya Harding is stripped of her title and banned for life because of her role in the attack on Nancy Kerrigan. Why? You remember that?
Never do that again.
That's what she did.
I know she
was
did
hysterical.
it, but it's creepy when you do it.
Yeah. That whole situation, just think about that. If you're a younger person and you're like, what are you talking about? This happened in 1994. There was a figure skating. This was in the Olympics, and Tanya Harding
Massive
was like
rivalry.
kind of the second girl, and Nancy Kerrigan was like the pretty well-known girl. Well, Harding won at the top spot, so she had her henchman take her out.
Took out our shins.
She hit him with like a crowbar. That's wild. Think about that. 1995, Eddie Murray of the then Cleveland Indians became the second switch hitter and 20th player in baseball history to get 3,000 hits. Murray joins Pete Rose, the career hits leader, with 4,256. Eddie Murray, who's the best switch hitter that we can think of now? I can't even think of one that's any good.
It's any good. That's the problem. Most switch hitters today are meh.
3,000 hits for Eddie Murray. By the way, last one, 1998. Sammy Sosa hits his 20th home run of the month. It's a major league record. He finished with 66 home runs that season, the third most in a single season behind Barry Bonds and Mark McGwire, who also hit 70 home runs in 1998. But what Schwarber's doing, Sosa hit 20 in 1 month. He might have been enhanced. Maybe.
Fun summer, though.
It was a fun summer in the streets of Morgantown, West Virginia. More Bash coming up. 3 o'clock, Sports Bash, live on a Tuesday. The Nola coaster. Well, got stuck last night like that Six Flags Great Adventure roller coaster the other day. That's why you will never see me on a roller coaster. I will never be that guy on the news story that is stuck in the air. No way. All right, coming up, we've got Keith Smith on all the NBA stuff. LeBron James has made his decision on next season. We'll talk about it with him coming up in about a half an hour on the Sports Bash Live. But right now, it's an early edition of the Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw's back with today's edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. What's up, Nick?
What's going on, Mr. Mike Gill? Nice to talk to you. And man, you talk about roller coasters. That was one roller coaster last night. And before we get into that, I want to address what you just said. So you're not a ride guy. You don't do roller coasters? Nothing.
No. I
didn't know that.
Rides. I'm afraid of heights, number one. I'm petrified.
Oh.
I hate heights. I hate bridges. And roller coasters rides are out. Rides are not in my lexicon.
I'm a big ride guy. I'll go on the fastest roller coaster you got. I'm in.
Yeah, not me. I'm out on the rides. I do not like rides. In fact, so when I was in middle school, like 8th grade, is that middle school or what?
Yeah, it's middle school. It's middle school. Yeah.
Junior high. So, at the time, I'm like 13 years old, I guess. And there was a girl that I kind of liked, and she was going on the roller coaster. So I was like, hey, I'm going to go on this roller coaster because I want to sit next to this girl. And I stood in line the whole time. And then when push came to shove, I said, I can't do it. I just can't get on this roller coaster ride. Sorry, I'm going to have to pass.
You chickened out.
I did.
Totally.
And in fact, so we had at the end of the year, they do an assembly.
Yeah.
And they give out awards. They gave me a rubber chicken award.
Now it all makes sense. Now it all makes
heights. What do you want me to do? I don't like heights.
Some people, don't like them. I get it.
Yep.
It is what it is. I wasn't a bridge guy growing up. I wasn't a bridge guy.
I am still not a bridge guy.
Doesn't bother me as much.
I know you're not like the bridge.
Yeah, I know you don't like the what is it? The Ben Franklin you're not a fan of.
I'm gotten a little better because I've been driving the Ben Franklin a lot more recently. So I am getting better on that bridge. I don't like the Ben Franklin as much. The bridges, see, I think it's more the depth perception. Like some of them look like the city is like with like the same level.
Right.
It's the ones that like these ones in Florida where you're just going out over water and then they got those stupid big fans like up the middle of them. They drive me nuts. I can't handle those.
Well, we'll go on a roller coaster soon at some point, me and you. We're going to get on the Nola coaster real quick because we got to address last night, and I know you've been talking about it for a lot of the show, and you put out the question of the day. I still think I'm going to go with Trey Turner with your question, Mike. I know you put out earlier regarding which contract, regarding Trey Turner's as well as Nola's. You said you can remove one contract. Which would it be, Nola or Turner? I still think Turner at 7 years, $27 million per year over the 4 years of Nola. I would get rid of in a heartbeat. The Turner contract is just egregiously long, and I think he'll start to flame out at some point, even worse than Nola has. At least Nola can get you through 4 innings at this point in his career. But you look at this, and you go through the numbers of Aaron Nola, okay? I was doing a little bit of a deep dive earlier, and since 2018, I want people to understand this. Aaron Nola has been ranked inside the top 5 across Major League Baseball in innings pitched 3 times from 2018 to 2024. And in those 6 years, he was in the top 20 or more every single year. Once was like 10th, once was like 13th. So he has pitched an exorbitant amount of innings. He's always has been at the top of Major League ranked in innings pitched. And I think what you're seeing, you see last year he got hurt. This year he's just flaming out after he gets to that 5th inning. It's the one blow-up inning. It's gotten even worse this year. I think at this point, is he's just running out of gas, Mike. I think that's where you're getting it with Nola. He has been in the top ranks of innings pitched throughout his career going back to 2018. And this year and last year, you're starting to see the effects of pitching all of those innings. And I think that's what you're seeing at this point. If you can just get 4 to 5 innings out of him, he could be your 5th starter, and then you have a long reliever come in, fine. But I'm not one of these people that's just going to DFA him on that contract, etc. At least he can get you through maybe 4 innings and you'll eat it. But this just goes to show that the innings are catching up to him and that they need to add another pitcher at the deadline.
Yeah, Nola's cooked. I mean, listen, I had said before, at the beginning of this year, he was horrendous. Then he became bad. Last night, he was horrendous again. He had a stretch. They won 8 out of his 10 starts. Now, was he good in all of them? No, but he gave up 3 runs or less 7 times during that. So he gave you a shot to win. Now, you would say, well, in none of the games this year has he got through 6 innings, which is sad from where this guy used to be. But he had a stretch of games there before last night. He gave up 2 runs, 2 runs, 3 runs. He had a game where he gave up 5, then 2, 2. So you're talking about a guy who left the game giving up only 2 runs. And he had a stretch of 7 out of 10 games where he gave up 3 runs or less. So he kept you in ball games, but still, for the money he's making, just keeping me in the ball game is a tough thing to just to hope for at this stage. It's a problem. They can't trust him to pitch a playoff game. No way. And at this point, I don't know what you do with him. You're right. You can't DFA him. He makes too much money. Not to mention, the guy's been an ultimate professional. They're not going to do that to this guy. He's only 33 years old, too. That's what's kind of sad here. But we've seen a lot of pitchers just lose it. You know, Roy Halladay, Cliff Lee, like some of these guys they were great one year, and then the next year they were cooked. Nola's like one of those wide receivers. One year you have 1,800 yards. The next year you have 400 yards. Aaron Nola has turned into that guy where he was a very, I wouldn't say he was great. He was a very good pitcher for about 10 years, maybe 8 years. He is cooked.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it looks to be like over. You're not getting those ace-like starts from Aaron Nola anymore. And that's why I bring up the stat of him pitching all of those innings. He was top 5 in innings pitched 3 times out of those 6 years from 18 to 24. I mean, he was sitting around 200 plus innings a lot. And you would constantly hear during that time period how many innings Nola's pitched. He's at the top of the list every single year. And, you know, I think at this point, for some people, it just happens. It just catches up to you at some point and you flame out. And that's kind of what's happening to Aaron Nola. You mentioned Roy Halladay. You mentioned Cliff Lee. Like Oswalt. Like those guys, they were great for a great stretch of time. And then all of a sudden, you just lose it. And he's getting older. He's starting to get into his mid-30s. I know he's only 33, but he's starting to get into that mid-30 range. And for a guy who's pitched as many innings as he has had for the Phillies for a long period of time, it seems like it's catching up to him. And you are totally right. You cannot pitch him in a playoff game. You just can't.
Nope.
And I don't trust him out of the bullpen either. So you just let him eat as many innings as you possibly can throughout this year. But you have to add another starter because you get to an NLDS or you get to an NLCS or World Series, you need another 4 starter in there. You need another guy in the rotation that can start a playoff series.
No doubt. And by the way, the Phillies have just made a move. It's one that I talked about that they need to make, and they did.
Yep.
They have option pitcher Chase Sugart. He's another guy. I said, listen,
yeah,
nice story, nice kid. He's a 4A pitcher. You can't put him into the 8th inning of a 1-run game last night. He's a guy that works hard, seems like a nice guy. He's a guy that has to scratch and claw. You can't trust that guy. You can't say, hey, you're a pitcher on a playoff team. So Sugar's out. Lou Trevino, hair club for men. He uses the dye in the beard. He has to.
Yeah, he definitely does. There's no way he doesn't. No way. But yeah, I mean, this is the cost of letting Ranger Suarez walk, right? Like now you don't have that 4th guy in there, right? There's no 4th guy. Like last year you didn't have Wheeler because of the injury. Now you don't have Ranger Suarez this year. So it's Sanchez, Wheeler, and then Luzardo. I'd feel more confident as Luzardo is the fourth guy than the third guy. This is why I prefer them to go after a top flight pitcher at the deadline than a right-handed bat. Because if you don't have the pitching, you're going to see games like that, and you're not going to go very far if you're the Philadelphia Phillies in the postseason. If you're allowing Aaron Nola to start games, it's just not going to happen.
Nope, I would not. At this point, if I'm the Phillies, I have no plans on including him on my postseason roster. I can't. I just can't do it.
Yep, you can't do it. It's unfortunate. The Nola coaster. By the way, I turned that game off last night. I turned it off. They were up 5-0. I'm enjoying myself. I had a little popcorn watching the game. I had a milkshake with me as well watching.
That's not going to help you fill out the guns on that hooded sweatshirt you had on.
No, I had popcorn. I did not eat healthy last night. I was enjoying myself. I had a nice milkshake and I had some popcorn. I'm watching the game. I'm enjoying it. And boom, there you go. I turned it off. I was so aggravated watching them blow that lead. 5-0. You can't blow 5-0 leads, Aaron Nola. I mean, that just can't happen. And you're just going to have to deal with it the rest of the season. But you need another pitcher in the mix here.
No doubt. I've been saying it before this. I didn't need Aaron Nola to be Aaron Nola to tell me that they didn't need another pitcher. I said weeks ago, I would almost put a pitcher ahead of anything they need because there's not a hitter out there that I think is available that's going to change the complexion of this lineup enough.
No.
But you can find a pitcher out there that could be a guy that can move Luzardo to the fourth spot, and that makes your team better. So to me, I'm looking to find a pitcher that's not only just a fourth or fifth guy. I'm looking for maybe a guy that could be a third pitcher that can move Luzardo to be that guy to go to the bullpen so that Luzardo's role in the playoffs is the fourth starter on some nights in the playoffs when you get to the NLCS or the World Series. But I'm going to use you out of the bullpen in the wild card round and the division round if I need to.
Yep. Yeah, it's a shame. He's really kind of just fallen off a cliff here and is not the same guy whatsoever. He's just gotten worse and worse and worse, especially since the injury from last season. All right, moving along, nugget number 2. You mentioned it. You're going to have Keith Smith on a little bit later. LeBron James, he is gone. He is leaving the Los Angeles Lakers. He will play for a different franchise next year, and one of the reported teams is unbelievable. Unbelievable. The Golden State Warriors. He may team up with Steph Curry. So I saw Ramona Shelburne say, quote, that he is in no rush to pick his next team. We know Cleveland's involved. Apparently the Miami Heat are involved. I don't expect the 76ers to get involved. But there's also been the rumblings of Anthony Davis being traded to Golden State. If that were to be the case, they team up with Steph and LeBron and AD out in Golden State. And it got me thinking, right? Like, they want to get a center. What about Joel Embiid? Could they send Joel Embiid out there to Golden State to pair up with LeBron, Steph, and that whole crew? Could that be something? They're pretty old out there and very banged up if they go with Anthony Davis. But could Joel Embiid sneak in there? Could Mike Gansey get a little bit creative and maybe send even Paul George out to Golden State? Is that a possibility, Mike?
It has to be. Any team right now, and I've told many, we talked about this before, if somebody's willing, we talked about it last week on Friday's show, that Luka Doncic says they want an A-plus level center. Well, many of those are available. So if you want to try to get an A-plus level center for Luka Doncic, you might have to say, hey, listen, this is one guy that's available. We might have to take a shot. And I've said before, I think I want to see how another team would handle Joel. Like, I think another team might say, all right, Joel, we're going to manage you a lot differently than the Sixers did. So I wouldn't be shocked with what we're seeing in the NBA right now if a team just said, you know what, we're not good enough. And there's no other way for us to get good enough, so we'll roll the dice.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see how this all plays out because things are changing and nothing's really happening with the Sixers right now because they're kind of stuck.
Well, you're looking around the league right now. You're seeing what's happening today. Look, you're seeing what's happening.
Yeah.
You've got Ja Morant getting traded to
Portland.
Portland, and now they've got like 5 point guards out there. You've got LeBron James announcing that he's leaving the Lakers, so now he basically becomes a free agent here.
Yeah.
You've got the talk of the Warriors trying to get LeBron James to pair him up with Anthony Davis, and that they've told Jimmy Butler they're going to keep him to put together like this
Old man
aging
super team.
exactly
A boomer team. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but the league is definitely. It feels like some wonky stuff is going to happen tonight at 6:00.
Yeah, and nothing with the Sixers at the moment. Kawhi Leonard possibly going back to the Raptors. Apparently, that's like a big rumor out there right now.
That looks about to be about as good as done.
Yeah, that's wild. That he's gonna go. He might be going back to north of the border and headed to Toronto. I mean, just crazy stuff. And of course, the Sixers just standing pat at the moment.
Well, I mean, they don't have a lot of flexibility to do a lot of things. We're going to talk to Keith Smith here in about 15 minutes, but they could get involved on John Collins. That would be something,
interesting.
That would be interesting.
I would be. And, just hope that they could just do something to change it up, because they can't just keep running the same thing back over and over and over again. We'll find out what Mike Gansey and Bob Myers have up their sleeve as free agency gets underway tonight at 6 p.m. So there you go. All right. Final nugget. We have an update on the Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce big palooza of a wedding. So according to ABC News, Mike, final nugget of the day, there is going to be apparently 2 events that Madison Square Garden will be hosting related to the Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce wedding. So apparently the first event is going to be held on Thursday at 6 p.m., meant for around 100 people. And then the second event will take place on Friday afternoon with a cocktail hour beginning at 4 p.m., and that the event on Saturday, there's another one that is set for Saturday on the 4th, isn't scheduled to end until 4 a.m. So that second event is going to go until 4 a.m. So there you go. So 2 events, only 1,000 people allowed in that second event, though. One for 100 people, one for 1,000 people. What the hell do you need Madison Square Garden for that holds like 20,000 people? I don't get it.
Yeah, if I'm Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift's, I'm making the recommendation. You go to the beach in Stone Harbor where she kind of hung out when she was a kid. You do a little beach thing down there. You take over one of those little beach places, resorts down there. You keep it small. You don't need Madison Square Garden. I mean, come on.
But the first event's going to have 100 people. And the second event that's on Friday going into Saturday morning has 1,000. You could do that on a beach. You could do that any venue ever. You're going to go to the Garden for that? If you're going to have like a big event, like 15,000 people or 10,000 people, all right, Garden.
They just did the country music thing. What's that called down there? Barefoot. Oh, yeah. They just did the barefoot thing down there. You could set the stage up and have a party for as many people as you want on that beach down there in Wildwood.
Yeah, this is amazing. So, do you think we get a Jason Kelce sighting in New York coming up here? You think that's going to happen?
I would imagine he would be at his brother's wedding. Yes,
they were not. Yeah, but they were not specific that this was the wedding, though. These were events. They were not specific about it.
Something tells me his brother will be at all events related to.
And they've been tight-lipped. They've been tight-lipped. Kylie's been tight-lipped. Jason's been tight-lipped.
What is the date on this?
So Friday will be the second event, and Thursday there will be the first event. That's for 100.
So when's the wedding?
We don't know. That's the problem. No one's really said when the wedding is. So we don't know what these events are. They might not even be the wedding. Who knows? They could have already been married. These might be other types of events. But the first event at the Garden, 100 people on Thursday, 1,000 people on Friday. That's
like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory here. Go out finding the golden ticket, and then whoever gets it, all that stuff.
Yeah, and supposedly the National Guard was there today helping set stuff up. I mean, this is bonkers. The fact that you get the National Guard into this thing is ridiculous. For a football player at a pop star's wedding, what are we doing?
We're doing a great job in the society of wasting taxpayers' money on everything else, so why don't we just throw this into the mix as well?
Let's send the National Guard in to prepare for Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's events or wedding, whatever the hell it's going to be this weekend. So there you go, Mike. Full update.
All right. By the way, Phillies lineup is out. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah, before I get out of here, I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, Phillies lineup, as always, it is brought to you by our friends over at Chachi's 13th Floor, coming soon to Rafici's on the White Horse Pike in Absecon. All you need to do, text your name and where you're from, and if the Phillies score 13 runs tonight, exactly 13 runs in the game, we will randomly select one winner, and you will win a $100 gift card. If the Phillies do not score 13 runs tonight, on Friday, we'll select a winner from all the text messages this week that will win a $25 gift card. So text your name and where you're from right now to 609-403-0973. That is the text board number on the White Horse RV text board. And the lineup for the Phillies tonight, it is Trey Turner leading things off, hitting in the leadoff spot, followed by Kyle Schwarber in the number 2 hole. Bryce Harper hits third tonight, and of course, as normal, he hits in the third spot. Brandon Marsh hits fourth. Alec Boehm is hitting fifth tonight. Bryson Stott is hitting sixth. JT Realmuto hits seventh. Gabriel Rincones hits eighth, and batting ninth and playing center field for Christopher Sanchez tonight is Justin Crawford. And that is your Phillies lineup tonight, brought to you by Chachi's 13th Floor, coming to Rafici's on the White Horse Pike in Absecon. And if you text your name and where you're from right now, you are entered for a chance to win a $100 gift card. There you go.
All right. Hopefully, they could jump out to a 5-0 lead again. It'd be nice, and then the pitcher could hold it. That'd be fantastic. We could watch that type of baseball tonight.
Well, Christopher Sanchez didn't pitch very well his last time.
I know. That's why I'm like,
I'd like
hopefully
to see a better performance from him tonight.
Be nice. It'd be nice we get a nice pitching performance tonight.
All right, there's today's Nuggets today on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, Nick.
Later.
All right, Nick's Nuggets again tomorrow here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And the Nuggets brought to you by Broadleaf Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, the trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. 609-390-3909, broadleaves.net. When we come back, where will LeBron James land? What about Jaylen Brown? Morant's in Portland. What are the Blazers doing? Can the Sixers make a move? Moves happening all over the NBA. Our NBA guy, Keith Smith, will join us next on the Sports Bash. All right, NBA free agency starts in 2.5 hours. To preview it all, Keith Smith is here. SpotTrack.com covers the NBA. We've already got movement. We'll get his thoughts on how all the trades could impact the NBA and free agency. Our buddy Keith Smith, at Keith Smith NBA, a NBA analyst, SpotTrack.com, host of the Front Office Show podcast, and he joins me right now on the Sports Match live on 97.3 ESPN. Keith, welcome back, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much for having me.
As always, well, big day today. LeBron James has announced that he is leaving the Los Angeles Lakers, and he will decide where he wants to play. Is it shocking news? Not so shocking. What was the initial reaction to LeBron telling the Lakers, I'm out?
Yeah, I've been all over the map on this one. At the beginning of last season, I thought this was it. He had kind of said signals. They put some things out through the media that it seemed like they were ready to break up and go their own way. Then as the season went along, I was like, this is actually settling in. Looks like he might be back. Then we got to free agency, or just before the end of the offseason, rather, or end of the season. And I was like, yeah, probably is going to be back. And now here we are. All right, everything's kind of turned around. And now it looks like he's headed out of town. So I think we're in a place where with LeBron, we are basically going to see him pick where he wants to play. We'll find out where that is whenever he's ready to tell us. But I think he was just ready to go a separate way from the Lakers and let them transition into a Luka-centric team. And for him, he can now close his NBA career the way he wants to.
So what are some of the realistic options for LeBron? I mean, do you see this as open season now and he gets to pick wherever he wants to go, or is he kind of pigeonholed into a handful of spots?
Yeah, open season-ish. Like, this is not going to be like back in the decision days where teams are lining up to give them presentations in their boardrooms and everything else. Like, I think we're at a place with LeBron where we're going to see him basically kind of narrow it down fairly quickly to a couple of teams and see what it looks like. The two that everybody is kind of circling around right now are the Golden State Warriors. They can get LeBron in there. We'll see if it's the taxpayer mid-level of about $6 million, the non-taxpayer of $15 million. That all kind of depends on how much money Draymond Green takes. That would be a spot where he could go where he doesn't have to move too far away. He's just going up the coast to the Bay Area, and that's a pretty short flight to get back home whenever he needs to. We know the Warriors are the kind of organization that takes care of their veterans that way. Wouldn't be surprised. Then you're looking at the Cleveland Cavaliers. Now, the Cavaliers got to do some salary cap gymnastics to pull this off, because all accounts have them wanting to bring back James Harden as well. But they may be able to get into a position here where they can either bring LeBron in straight, or they may be able to even work a potential sign-in trade where LeBron would join the Cavs, and then what the Cavs would do is send back somebody like maybe Jared Allen or something like that. So those are the two teams everybody's kind of looking at right now.
Luka Doncic apparently wants to play with an A-level center. How do they get this A-level center? Who are some options?
Yeah, I mean, now I mentioned Jared Allen. That could be one where he's really, really good, former all-star level guy, really good defender, rim runner, lob catcher. That's what Luka seems to want. That's the players that he fits best around him. Then I think your next place would be to look at guys like Jalen Duren or Walker Kessler. Here's the challenge. They're both restricted free agents. Their teams have both said that they want to retain them, but things obviously have not gone well as far as their free agencies have. We've already seen 27 players agree to new contracts, or that straight new deals or extensions. So those guys are not one of the 27. So they're certainly available, more so than I think we thought that they would be. So what's going to happen in this position is the Lakers would be able to maybe offer straight cap space. It put together an offer sheet. That would make things a little messy, because that ties things up while you wait on Detroit or Utah to decide if they want to match. So what you could, again, get into the game of, let's look at a sign and trade and see what that looks like. The Lakers project right now to be sitting on just over $50 million in cap space when the offseason starts. They've got a lot of flexibility with the different ways they can approach things with both Detroit and Utah if they wanted to go after Duren or Kessler. The other options are guys like Mitchell Robinson, who's an unrestricted free agent. He would fit in there quite well also.
You take a look at the Ja Morant trade. I mean, it just seems like they just were begging to get rid of him. What is Portland trying to do out there?
Yeah, I don't know. I normally have a better prepared answer for you than that, but this one is confusing. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. The Trailblazers are in a position where they could kind of still be making other moves. Let's see what comes next. That's what I've been kind of saying to everybody when I look at this one is, all right, what's going to come next? Because right now, this is their backcourt. They have Damian Lillard returning off the torn Achilles. They have John Morant, who they just acquired. They already have Drew Holiday. They have Scoot Henderson. They have Shaedon Sharp. And then they've got a couple other guys, but those are the main guys. And then you have Denny Avdia, who's more of a small forward, but is an on-ball small forward. So we'll put him in the mix. That's 6 guys to kind of play 2.5, 3 positions. That doesn't work. That math's not going to work. You have Henderson and Sharp are trying to really establish themselves as NBA guys. Henderson's playing for his next contract. You have Holiday, a veteran guy. Lillard and Morant. We'll see what that looks like. They're sending indicators that they plan to start Lillard and Morant, which is kind of funny because this is a team that's been a decade with Lillard and McCollum starting together, and finally was like, all right, this isn't going to work with the 2 small guards. Now we're right back to it with Lillard and Morant. So I really don't understand a lot of what Portland's doing, other than this was a buy low opportunities to get John Morant, and they didn't pay much to get him. So I'm guessing this was a chance. Hey, let's get him, see if we can rehab his value and catch lightning in a bottle here.
Keith Smith at Keith Smith NBA on the Twitter X platform. Kawhi Leonard, is he going back to Canada?
We're going to see. The Raptors are trying really hard to get something done there. They've been engaged for days now on trying to get something finished. And when Kawhi put out indicators that, hey, I would be willing to sign an extension in with the Raptors, that became, okay, now maybe this is a little bit more serious. Sounds like the sticking point are what players are going back to the Clippers. The Clippers don't want to take back Brandon Ingram because he has a $41 million player option for next season. They would much rather take R.J. Barrett as the main salary matching piece in a trade because he's on an expiring contract. On the Toronto side, they want to move Ingram because they don't see Ingram, Barnes, and Leonard as being a good fit together, where they do see Barrett being somebody who could fit. So what it may be is I would take Ingram, we'll plus up our offer. It's important to note Toronto has control over all of their own first-round picks moving forward, so they could kind of put together whatever offer they need to if they want to go that direction to acquire Kawhi Leonard.
All right, so there's the Ja Morant trade. We could see Kawhi Leonard moved. We've also got some things that we discussed last week. Let's go to the Pistons and what's going to happen with Duran, because I talked about this the minute their season ended, that this was going to happen. There was no way they were going to pay him a max deal, and it appears that this is where it's coming to. So now what's his future look like? And if he bolts, who do the Pistons play at center?
Yeah, so Duran is going to apparently take meetings here in another couple hours. I'm going to assume we've already had some version of meetings because I'm a grown-up and I know tampering happens and I don't care because everybody does it who really gives a crap. So for me, it comes down to what Jalen Duran is. He sounds like he's going to meet with both the Lakers and the Kings. There was a lot of reporting that he's enthused about the idea of playing for the Kings. My guess is that's also mixed with the Kings are willing to give me a max contract. Now, he can't get that super max, that $200 million contract that he's qualified for from anybody but the Pistons. But the Pistons have said, we're not doing that. That's off the table. But the 25% of the cap max, he can get that in a sign and trade if he goes somewhere. Those slightly less raises, but it's still going to be a whole lot of money for Jalen Duran. So what we'd be looking at there is if it's with the Kings, you could see the Pistons say, you know what? We'll do this, but we'll take back Domantas Sabonis. There was already some reporting Sabonis isn't against the idea of playing for the Pistons. That at least gives you somebody to get by at the center position for the next couple of seasons who's a good starting quality big man. And then Detroit goes that way. If it's with the Lakers could do it a number of different ways. They could do it through cap space. They could even work out a sign and trade where they say, hey, take back DeAndre Ayton where then the Pistons are like, okay, that's a get-by guy for a year as we sort of figure out this center spot. And for the Lakers, that has the benefit of creating an extra little bit of space for them to work with. So those seem to be the two teams that are really going after Jalen Durham. We'll see if anybody else emerges. And I wouldn't rule out that in the end, everybody kind of comes to their senses here, and he just stays right in Detroit, because that often happens, especially with guys who are restricted free agents.
All right, Jaylen Brown. This seems a little messy.
Yeah, definitely is messy. Adam Himmelsbach from the Boston Globe did really good reporting on this, where he kind of went into where the feelings are, and some of it with Jaylen Brown sounds like he's just finally to the point of like, hey, you keep telling me, hey, we're only willing to trade you for great players, but like, I'm a great player too. Like, why not just have me here? And I think we've kind of gone down the road now too many times with Jaylen Brown, where for the Celtics it is, all right, we have to look at this a little bit differently now. This guy is maybe not going to come back. On the flip side, they're not necessarily finding the trade packages that they want. They've got several partners lined up, and there's deals that they could take right now for Jaylen Brown, but it's not what they're looking for, because the Celtics are trying to thread a very small needle here. Very difficult, because what they're looking to do is get draft picks plus some win-now players that can help them, because they're not looking to reset and rebuild. They're looking to still be very good as they get into the offseason and beyond. So I think what we're really looking at here with Jaylen Brown is, can they finally thread that needle? If they can, then we're looking at, all right, we got to figure this out here. And we're just getting breaking news. Kawhi Leonard is being traded to the Toronto Raptors as we're talking here. So he's being traded for Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, 2 first-round picks, a pick swap, and 2 seconds.
Wow. So as we're having this conversation, Kawhi Leonard has just been traded, to Toronto. What was the deal again? Who was in it?
It is Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, 2 first-round picks, a pick swap, and 2 second-rounders.
Wow.
This is where I said, right, maybe the way you get them to take Ingram, you plus up the package. So this, at least I would guess that pick swap went in there. Grady Dick is just matching salary to make things work. But Kawhi Leonard era over in Los Angeles. We'll still see what comes down with the investigation. It never really felt like Kawhi was overly likely to get punished. Always felt like it might be more of the Clippers with this, but now Kawhi Leonard back to the Toronto Raptors.
So, we heard the stuff with Kawhi, and you're thinking Toronto went 7 games with Cleveland this year. Do you look at Kawhi going there as putting them on the level, elevate them to another level? Are they with the Knicks and do we put the Celtics in there right now?
Yeah, I think they are definitely in that top tier of Eastern Conference teams. I mean, you look at a lineup that they can put on the floor of Scotty Barnes, RJ Barrett, Kawhi Leonard, Jamal Shed, who's one of the best defensive guards in the league, with Jakob Poeltl behind those guys to clean up. I don't know how you're scoring against those guys. They've still got Emmanuel Quickly. They've still got some more first-round picks if they need to retool anywhere else. But this is an absolutely monster trade for the Raptors to get Kawhi Leonard and bring him back. And now we'll keep our eyes on, do they work out an extension?
All right. Before we get out of here, give me a couple players, Keith Smith, that you're intrigued by what their 6 o'clock might look like.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about some of them. Jaylen Brown, we're going to keep an eye on that situation, obviously, here for the next probably week or so. Right out of the gate in free agency, Jalen Durham, Walker Kessler, Peyton Watson, those guys are some of the better free agents. I mean, LeBron, we'll see what happens with that. We all know with LeBron, though, that LeBron works on LeBron time.
Yeah.
So that's going to take a little bit. And then I think guys like John Collins is really interesting as a target for a handful of teams. Colin Sexton, Norman Powell. You got a couple guys in Philly, Kelly Oubre Jr., Quentin Grimes, are free agents that teams are looking at.
So there are some reports that the Lakers have interest in Grimes, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that makes a ton of sense for the Lakers. I would expect they may even emerge as a Kelly Oubre Jr. team as well. Tari Eason's a restricted free agent. So there's even though this is not this great free agent class, what it is deep in is really good rotation guys. As you go, Jonathan Kuminga is a free agent again. So we'll see what that looks like this time unrestricted. So this is not going to be you're not probably running to the team store and buying the jersey of the guy you signed in free agency unless it's LeBron or maybe one of these restricted guys. But I think when you look back in January, February, March, April, maybe even the players, like, man, that was a pretty good signing that we made back in June, July, when free agency started.
At Keith Smith NBA, I got to get you out with Ben Simmons. Will he have a market if he wants to play?
Somebody will take him on a minimum contract if he wants to play, and it'll be kind of one of those prove it, make good kind of deals where it is, all right, let's go. Let's see, what you got. Let's see what we can do here, because I think we're just in a position with Ben Simmons of we got to see it, right? No one's going to give him anything more than a minimum until he proves that.
What's the minimum for him? About $3 million? Keith?
Yeah, right around there.
Yeah,
yep.
He's 7-8 years, so his veterans minimum would be about $3 million.
Yeah, right around there, and about a $2.5 million cap charge.
I take that shot. Do you?
Yeah, I mean, if I have enough room to bring him in and actually let him play, for sure. Yeah, why not? I mean, this is a guy who we're not that far removed from talking about. This guy's the most versatile defender in the NBA and a pretty good player. So that player is probably still in there somewhere, and maybe the year away and winning fishing championships and everything else cleared his head enough for him to get back to the NBA.
Keith Smith, everybody. At Keith Smith NBA, I'm sure you will be opining plenty on this Kawhi Leonard move that just happened live with us on the air here. Follow him at Keith Smith NBA. Thanks, man.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
And there you go. He literally in mid-sentence talked about it. He said, we got breaking news. Kawhi Leonard has been traded. He is going to Toronto. So really, you think about that. Adding Kawhi Leonard to the East with Toronto, that's a team last year that was ahead of you in the standings if you're Philadelphia, and now they add Kawhi Leonard. Now, he mentioned, I think it was Brandon Ingram was the biggest name. Did you hear the whole deal? I mean, it broke live. I haven't actually seen it posted anywhere.
I saw Shams' tweet. So the Shams tweet that I saw, it is both Brandon Ingram and Grady Dick are going. Apparently, they had to make the salaries match. That's why both of them are going. Apparently, I got to pull it up again. But
Ingram's a decent player.
Also, there's one pick swap involved. I know that.
I heard him say the pick swap. I heard Ingram, Grady Dick. I didn't know if there was another player in there, but I haven't actually seen it like posted out in like print form.
Yeah, so it's 2 first-round picks, 1 pick swap, 2 second-rounders. And the only players are going there are Brandon Ingram and Grady Dick.
Okay, so it's just the 2 players.
It's just 2 players.
So you're adding Kawhi Leonard to a team that finished, what were they, the 4 seed or the 5 seed last year? They were in the 4-5 game. They played Cleveland in the first round. Cleveland was 4, they were 5. So they were the 5 seed, won 46 games last year. You are now putting Kawhi Leonard back on that team. You're losing Brandon Ingram. Grady Dick's okay, rotational player. They're giving up a lot of draft capital there. I mean, but Toronto's now got to be – I would imagine Toronto with Kawhi is better than they were a year ago.
The problem to me, Mike, is that Toronto's offense went because of Ingram. He was their leading scorer. So are you saying you think that they're going to be that much better if Kawhi's
better defensive player?
Better defensive
but
player.
The problem with him is he healthy? Can he stay healthy?
That's another problem.
Yeah. I mean, Ingram is one of them guys who's a good scorer, but you're not winning something because he's your best player.
That is true.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering.
And they got a couple RJ Barrett, Scotty Barnes. So they got 2 players they're good players, but they're not best player on the team. Kawhi Leonard can be better. They had 3 players that were like.
I understand that, but my question isn't about who the best player. My question is Ingram a better number 2, or is RJ Barrett, Scotty Barnes a better 2?
I think Barnes and Barrett are very good players.
But are they better than
2? Ingram as a number 2? They're capable. I don't know if they're better, but it's not like they're not capable of being. But Scotty Barnes can be a number 2, no doubt.
Gotcha.
I like the deep trade for Toronto on the court because of the defense that Kawhi, if he's healthy. The problem is a lot of the picks and everything. I think in the end, probably a better deal for Clippers. 349 Sports Pass Live 97.3 ESPN will update the poll question. Pick one. Nola stays or Trey Turner stays? At Mike Gill Show. Vote right now. All right, poll question. You can vote right now. Phillies fans, you can remove one contract. Who is it? Trey Turner, 7 more years at $27 million per year, or Aaron Nola, 4 more years at $24.5 million per year. Josh, who'd you vote for?
I voted for Aaron Nola. I am all in on the Nola regret.
The Nola regret. It's 75-25 right now. Who are the listeners voting for?
I think people have recency bias. They're going to go Nola.
Nola, 74.8%. Turner, 25.2%. You have about an hour left to vote at Mike Gill Show. We'll update the poll question next hour. Adam Caplan is here. It's football at 4. Next on the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN. What kind of yards can you expect from Hurts and Barkley and Smith and more? Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Of course, big games, big screens, big bets. Game day hits different at Ocean. Adam Caplan's in the house today. What kind of year can we expect from the skill players? Yards? We're going to go over that today. Should be a fun segment with Adam Caplan here for a Tuesday edition of Football at 4 on the Sports Bash Live, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. And Adam Caplan is back on a Tuesday. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, Mike, yeah. So just a little word of promo here for our breakdown of the NFC East with Greg Cosell. We dropped the Eagle show today on pod and also on YouTube. It's a fun one. I look at the YouTube comments. A lot of people had some stuff to say, so it's cool. It's all good. So we got that. No, they enjoyed it. It's Greg tells it like he sees it. It's all based on, as he says, he doesn't give opinions. He just tells you what the tape looks like, then tells you what to expect based on what he sees. So it's fun. We finished that up, and then today, Mike, we'll go over the fantasy props because I told you when we first talked about this for the draft. Let's wait a while. Closer to training camp, and that's what we're doing with under 4 weeks left now. The bookmakers now have put out a lot of numbers because there were a lot that weren't out there. Now we've got a lot. We even got a little bit of Makai Lemon numbers here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what the numbers look like for this new offense and how they're setting them here. So let's start with Jalen Hurts. He's the guy, right? He's the one everybody wants to know. How are they viewing him in this offense?
Jalen Hurts, by the way, for fantasy has been so good because of the rushing touchdowns. The tush push pushed him way up, Mike. Now, last year was interesting. He had a career high in touchdown passes with 25, right? And if you're in a league where you lose points for interceptions, he only had 6, so he actually had a pretty good year. But the one thing that he just doesn't do because although his pass attempts were way up above 24 because they couldn't run the ball more, so they had to throw it more. He still only threw for 3,200 yards, Mike, just over 3,224, which brings us to the projection from the odds makers. The over-under total for him is 3150.5. I love how they throw the 0.5 in, and the over is plus 100. So, and then the under is minus 120. So they think it's clearly going to go under. So if you think it's going to go over, then you're in plus territory. So I think it's close, Mike. Now, here's the thing. And the other thing is, without A.J. Brown, obviously, you would think, oh, how is he going to throw for over 3,000 yards? But if the execution from Hurts is much better, he buys in, he's throwing the ball on time, and Sean Mannion is as good as the Eagles think he's going to be, then Hurts could have a career year with throwing yards, no doubt.
So he could be a 3,100-yard thrower this year. What about touchdowns? And you mentioned the rushing touchdowns. I think that one's interesting. Like, how much are they going to use that tush push still, I wonder?
They're going to use it. The question is, how much are they going to use it?
Isn't it automatic on fourth down or a goal line that's their play?
No way to know that. Sirianni made it very clear. He was not happy with the proficiency of it last season. So they were going to work on it going into the off season, and we don't know how much they're going to use it. Now, the odds makers think they're going to use it. Why? Because they're giving the over/under for Jalen Hurts in terms of rushing touchdowns is 8.5. Last year, ironically, what did he have? He had 8. Way down. They look, Mike. They remember now. Something happened we didn't think about, and we'll talk more about Dallas Goedert later. Dallas Goedert came out of nowhere to be a touchdown maniac from inside the 20. Right. Well, that took away some of Hurts' rushing touchdowns. But remember now, they don't have A.J. Brown for the red zone. I like the over, Mike. I know he only had 8 last year, which, by the way, was a career low. Since he became a starter in 2021, it went 10, 13, 15, 14, and then it dropped last season at 8. I like the over. The odds on this are for Hurts' touchdown rushing, 8.5. They're both. It's minus 110 over, minus 110 under. I like the over.
What about his rushing yards in general? I mean, he seemingly has gone down on rushing attempts and everything that has to do with running the football. So Where do they have this thing set? Because I feel like I'm going to take the under.
Well, Mike, here it's interesting. Last year, see, we have to understand. Part of why there were two things that happened. A, his rushing attempts were way down. Where in 24 he had 14 touchdowns. He also had 150 attempts last year, and he played one more game that he did in 24. He had way fewer attempts. He only had 105. But the thing that's Mike, he wasn't explosive last year. As we mentioned, he only had the 8 touchdowns. He only had 421 yards on the ground. Well, the over-under total for rushing yards is 405.5. The over and the under is minus 110.
I feel like I'm going under, right? I'm going under on that
one, man. But here's the other part is the run blocking was atrocious, Mike. Terrible.
Yeah, but here's the part that I think is out of the mix. See if you agree. Yeah. Designed runs for him. Not that we saw many before, right?
The big question is, you just mentioned the design runs. They were way down last season. We think they're going to be up at least a little bit. I'm going to take the over. I don't love it. I like it, but I do like the over slightly. I just feel like I just feel like they're going to run the ball better this season, and Hurts is going to be a smaller beneficiary of it.
Okay, let's go to Saquon Barkley. Somebody had a question in the mailbag for Andrew yesterday about Barkley being 29 years old and how many years he's been in the league. Do we see his usage go down? So what do the numbers say?
Yeah, and Mike, it's a great question. You have a new play caller. And and we mentioned, I can't say how many times we're like, man, Barkley can't get out of his own way. Why don't you give Tank Bigsby the ball a little bit more? And I think Bigsby, because remember he was acquired it was after the season started. He was acquired in week 2 from the Jaguars. So he'll learn this offense. I expect him to get a little bit of a run. For Barkley, by the way, the rushing yards total is only 1,100.5. I love the over, Mike. The under is minus 120. How could it be worse than last season? Come on.
I would think the running game, if it's anything close to last season,
it's got to be better, Mike. Come on.
Well, you would almost need a complete regime change. I mean, you can't bring the coach back again with another new offensive coordinator.
Well, this offense is run-based. And by the way, Barkley last year in 16 games had 1,140 yards, okay? This year, his over-under total is even lower, 1,100.5. You got to love the – and you're getting plus money, Mike. I like the over.
Rushing touchdowns, Barkley, as he gets kind of sometimes affected by Jalen Hurts, whose number is 8.5. Where's Barkley's?
Well, Saquon, the year before, his first year in Philly, which is historic, had 13 rushing touchdowns. No, I don't – with the tush push – I don't expect him to get double-digit touchdowns now. And then, look, is Dallas Goedert going to light it up again in the red zone? That also had something to do with it. This, to me, would be a no play. The touchdowns is 7.5. The over, which I would lean towards slightly. I don't love it. I don't really like it. If I had to pick one, it would be over. The over is plus 105. The under is minus 125.
All right, that one on the rushing touchdown, Saquon Barkley, I'm very intrigued to see if he can have a big touchdown year this year. I might go over on that. The rushing yards, I'm kind of indifferent on. 1,100, we'll see. All right, Devon, and I say over only because we'll see if they utilize the tush push as much as they used to in years past. You think they might? We'll see how that ends up going here.
Yeah.
Devontae Smith, he's the lead dog. He's all by himself as the number one. What is the over-under for his receiving yards?
All right, so for Devontae Smith, without having to share the ball with A.J. Brown, they really don't. Mekhi Lemon's a rookie. We'll get to him in a minute. But it's interesting. Despite him putting up 1,008 yards, you would think his over-under total would be 1,200. It's not. It's 1,000.5. The over, which I love, is my strongest one, is minus 120. The under is plus 105. So, look, it's obvious he should go 1,100, 1,200 yards. The missing targets are going to be distributed to Smitty, Moore, Goddard a little bit. Obviously, Mekhi Lemon, that's a big one. They're finally going to have a slot receiver. How can you not like the over here?
I like the over as well. As soon as you said 1,000 yards, I mean 1,000.5, but 1,000 yards, I'm taking the over on Smitty there big time. How many times does he get in the end zone?
Well, it's not out yet, but what I found no, it is. I'm sorry. I was going to look at Mekhi Lemon. Yeah, this one's kind of skinny for skinny Batman. Receiving touchdowns, 5.5. The over is plus 100. The under is minus 120. With A.J. Brown on the roster, 22 through 25. He had 7, 8, but only 4 last season. That's because of Goddard. I strongly believe he's going to have 6 or 7. I was slightly lean towards the over 5.5.
I like the over on that one too. And Goddard, remember, had a lot of those like little pitch plays down in the inside the 5. Yeah,
right. The pop pass and again, Devontae's is the over is plus 100. And the under is minus 120.
Smith to lead the NFL in touchdown receptions. This is some long shot money.
Yeah, plus 5,000. He's not going to hit double digits. I don't think. The problem with him is physically, because we know he plays bigger than his listed size, but he's obviously very thin. Great football player, putting up a Hall of Fame really career so far. But yeah, I don't see a ton of touchdowns.
Adam Caplan, Football 4. Let's go to Mekhi Lemon, the rookie. What kind of year does the odds makers think he'll have?
Yeah, the over is – this is interesting. So it's 650.5, right?
I'm over.
Yeah, I would lean towards slightly over. The over is minus 105, so is the under. It's because if A.J. Brown was still here, forget it. I'd go way under. Honestly, it's like they haven't put out Dontavian Wicks' numbers out. I'm curious to see what that's going to be like. Now, I know Mekhi Lemon missed over 2 weeks of their offseason program. That's a little bit concerning just because from the mental reps, that's all he could get. He wasn't on the field. He's going to play a ton, Mike. They're going to have him be their slot receiver. It's going to be close, but I do like the over.
I like the over on that one, too. By the way, for him to lead the NFL in touchdown catches, that would be bonkers.
No way. 20 plus 25,000. Look, I could see 4 or 5 because he's an inside receiver, but he is a rookie. We have to understand that.
All right, let's do Dallas Goedert, who back again on another 1-year deal, had a big year at getting into the end zone last year. How many times do they think he'll get into the end zone this year?
Mike, out of nowhere, this is how crazy his touchdown numbers were. As you talked about, they weren't natural passes, some shovel passes, end around, a pop pass, which is technically a pass. Just listen to these numbers, Mike. 2018, his only full season, 4 games. 5, 3, 4, 3, 3, 2. Then 11 last year, Mike. Came out of nowhere, okay? 11 out of his 60 catches, Mike. You're basically talking about just over every 5 catches he had a touchdown. That's incredible. Now, the over-under total, I guess they're looking at his entire career and averaging it out. The over-under total is only 4.5. The over, which is obvious, is minus 125. The under plus 105. I do like the over. I think that's a good one.
All right, there you go. Some fun numbers there. I definitely like the Mekhi Lemon receiving yards. Goddard on the touchdowns. Because if Lemon's getting a lot of now, we didn't talk about touchdowns for Lemon, so Goddard maybe gets some in that red zone area there. This is a more like you see a lot of the tight ends from this offense, Kraft and a lot of guys do well. So I'll go over on the Goddard touchdowns there. I'll do the over on that one.
Yeah, I do like it. Again, understand, folks, the pass target group is led. It's by committee, but led by Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
Smith, to me, is my favorite one at minus 120, the over 1,000.5 yards.
Adam Caplan and, of course, the guys from the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms right here on Football at 4 on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
All right, that was fun. Those are the numbers for you. Let's take a look at them real quick again. Jalen Hurts passing yards, 3150 over under. Passing touchdowns, 22.5 over under. Rushing touchdowns, 8.5. I like the under on the rushing touchdowns. I don't think Hurts runs nearly as much this year. And then rushing yards, 405. I go under on that as well. I go under on almost all the rushing stuff on her. I think his rushing numbers go down. The passing touchdowns, 22.5. Over or under? I'm going under. Now, this sounds like a bad year for Jalen Hurts. 3,150 is the over-under for passing yards and 22.5 passing touchdowns. I'm indifferent on the passing yards. It's right around where he's generally at. Last year he was at 3,200. What did he throw? 25 touchdowns last year. So I could see him going over in both. The Saquon Barkley, 1,100 over-under. Last year he had 1,140 with 7 touchdowns. I got to go over. I think the offensive line is going to be better. So I'll go over on the rushing yards, and I go over on the rushing touchdowns. Devontae Smith, I'm 100% over. 1,000 yards is the over-under. He had 1,000 last year, and A.J. Brown had another 1,000. So that's 1,000 yards that got to get dispersed to somebody else. The other one was the touchdowns for Devontae Smith. 5 he lists as the over-under. These are the Vegas odds, by the way, not Adam's own odds. 4 touchdowns last year for Devontae Smith. I would go over. And last year, Goddard had 11 touchdowns. The over-under this year is 4.5. I'm going to go over on Goddard as well. Now, the other one was Lemon, 650. I'm going over on the receiving yards for Lemon. I love Lemon this year. I got him at about 900 yards, 850, 875, somewhere in that realm. So there we go. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show.
Well, you're taking under on the guy who's throwing them the ball.
Well, the number was 1,000 for Devontae. Not like 1,800 yards, 1,500 yards. And the number was 650 for Lemon. I mean, you put them together, it's only 1,600 yards. I think Jalen Hurts is going to throw for over 1,600 yards.
But again,
by the way, I said over on the passing. It was 3,100. Last year, he threw for 3,200.
But you said under on the passing touchdowns.
On the passing touchdowns. He had 25 last year. The number this year is 22.5.
I think he definitely goes over that number.
Maybe. But the numbers I didn't go over. They don't have touchdown numbers for Lemon, so it was only receiving yards, 650. I go over on 650. You?
I think he's going to get over 800.
That's what I said. So I go over 650. Goddard, 4.5. I'm going over there. Last year at 11. And the tight end in this offense generally is a big factor.
Big factor. We saw what Kraft did with the Packers last year.
Devontae Smith, receiving touchdowns, 5.5.
Over.
Okay. So that's only 10 touchdowns between Smith and Goddard.
Well, see, but to me, I look at it like more like this. I think Smith is at least 8. I think Goddard is at least 8. Now I'm at 16. Let's say Lemon gets 5. Now I'm at 21. I'm already right there. That's not including Devian Wick, Hollywood Brown.
Yeah, Hollywood Brown,
Eli Stowers.
1 or 2 for Hollywood Brown. He catches a long one.
Right. So because what? 2 more plus 21 is.
Yeah, I think 8 and 8 are a little higher than I would go on those other 2.
That's fine. I just think that people are. I think there has been, not you specifically, Mike, but I think there's been an undersell on the reality that Jalen Hurts is bought in. And when the quarterback is bought in, that says a lot about.
I can get on board with that. He's in. He plays better. He's more focused. We'll see. Hey, coming up, today's Phillies Fastball, Jeff and Oscar on board. We'll ask him about the future of Aaron Nola. What could they do? What are their real options? Do they have a Nola problem? Plus, the Phillies have made a move in their bullpen. We'll explain coming up. And the lineup is out. You can text in your name and where you're from to 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board for today's Phillies lineup, brought to you by Chachi's 13th Floor, coming soon to Rafiki's in Absecon. Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Marsh, Bohm, Stott, Realmuto, Rincones, and Crawford. That's your lineup tonight. As always, brought to you by Chachi's 13th Floor. Coming soon to the White Horse Pike at Rafiki's in Absecon. If the Phillies score exactly 13 runs tonight, Whoever texts in today, we will randomly select one person, and they will win a $100 gift card. If the Phillies do not score 13 runs, don't worry. You are still entered for a $25 gift card, which we will announce the winner on Friday's show. All right, stick around. Coming up next, it is today's Phillies Fastball. Oscar and Jeff join me next. Bash time now for today's Phillies Fastball, our daily look at the Phillies. Jeff Kerr out today. He's on his way to Reading. Oscar Budajin is in. Phillies Fastball brought to you by Ventnor Social, the place to catch every Phillies game on their 20 big screen TVs. Enjoy great food, great drinks, and visit their Facebook page for up-to-date information. And don't forget, the Sports Bash will be live July 29th. That's our next Phillies day game watch party at Ventnor Social, and that is the day that we're giving away a trip to Baltimore down at Camden Yards. So if you want to win the trip, you must be present that day. Stop out and see us at Ventnor Social. Well, let's bring Oscar Budajin in for today's Phillies Fastball, as the Phillies might have a Nola problem, Oscar, as last night he absolutely had a rough night at the office. They're up 5-0. And he seemingly was in cruise control. Don Mattingly said after the game, man, I really felt that he had some good stuff, and he looked like he was going to be in cruise control. And then he just hit the wall, and he could not keep the Pirates off the board. What did you make of the problems of Aaron Nola last night?
Look, we've been talking about it for a few weeks already. You're going to get some outings where Nola is going to be okay. There are going to be other outings where he's not going to be okay. And yesterday was one of those where he started. I mean, when you look at the numbers, if you go deep inside the number, he had 23 whiffs. His knuckle curve is still a very valuable pitch. I mean, a pitch that is very hard to hit. They're hitting 205 against the knuckle curve, which is one of the best batting averages he had on the knuckle curve. In his career. The problem is his fastball and his sinker. He doesn't have that secondary pitch, or you would call primary to a lot of pitchers, where he can rely on them. I mean, they're hitting 388, 355 against the four-seamer and the sinker. If you go back to 2024, which was a couple years ago, I mean, they hit 167 against the four-seamer. So he just doesn't have the fastball anymore. So when you do that and you have an effective knuckle curve, you find ways to reinvent himself. You see a guy like Martin Perez, for example. He's now the second best starting pitcher for the Atlanta Braves. I mean, this is a guy that is a journeyman. He's gone everywhere, but he's found a way to remain in the league. I mean, after 10, 12, 15 years, and he's been effective. I mean, and you got to do the same thing. He needs to find a way to create secondary pitchers, either with certain movements that are faster, that can offset his tremendous knuckle curve, because that is a great pitch. I mean, there's no way. I see something comparison. Taijuan Walker have 15 pitches in his arsenal. There's not one even close to be the knuckle curve that Aaron Nola has.
Well, speaking of Taijuan Walker, I saw Corey Simon post this earlier today. The numbers are striking that Taijuan Walker in his Phillies career has actually been better than Aaron Nola the last 2 seasons. I mean, at what point do they say we have an Aaron Nola problem and we might have to do something to fix it, Oscar? How many more times do you keep running him out there?
Let's be clear. Aaron Nola is not the same pitcher that he was 3 or 4 years ago. I mean, that's a reality. We have $100 million problem here, or $98 million problem of guaranteed contract, and you're going to have to make the best out of it. The good thing is Nola is a great guy, is a hardworking guy, is a guy that is committed to being the best version of himself. The best version of himself is not going to be the Aaron Nola of 3 years ago. When he won us the game to go into the postseason in Houston, or the pitcher that has done so many things for the Phillies in the past. And he just needs to reinvent himself. I've been saying this throughout the entire year. He needs to reinvent himself. I mean,
well, can they let him reinvent himself in real time here?
You have to. I don't think you have any other options, because you don't have any. I mean, you're going to bring what's the guy that we signed last week? I forgot his name right now. This is his second tour of the Phillies.
Kobe Allard.
Is Coley Allard going to be better than Nola? I doubt it very much. I mean, that guy does not have a knuckle curve that Nola has. He just look, over the last few outings, what the Nola we're going to get moving forward is a number 4, number 5 starter with 5 innings, hopefully 2 runs. Sometimes it's going to be 4, sometimes it's going to be 1. Most of the time it's going to be 2 or 3 runs, and that's what we're going to have to survive.
Well, let me ask you this question, Oscar. He can get you through the regular season, maybe throwing 4 innings, 5 innings. I mean, he had a stretch of games there In a 10-game span, 7 of them he gave up 3 runs or less. Now he's only getting to the
10. We won 8 out of 10 games. That's all you want.
Okay. My question for you is this: if you have a playoff game, can you pitch him in a playoff game?
Probably not. I mean,
And that's where now you have to start looking at maybe adding not 1 starting pitcher, but possibly 2.
he's a ball guy. He's a ball guy. Look, to me, he's our 4th starter. I do believe that we need 1 more pitcher. Jeff have been talking about a lefty out of the bullpen. I agree with that. We need 1 more quality arm, high quality arm. I mean, if we can bring a guy like Chapman, which is going to be highly sought after, and you're going to have to pay dearly for him, for a guy that is, I don't know, almost 40 years old.
What kind of package do you have to get him?
Oh, you're probably going to have to give away one of your maybe top 10 prospects and another quality a quality minor league guy, but they're going to have to be enamored. I mean, the Red Sox would need to be enamored whomever they're getting, because I'm telling you, this guy is the real deal. I mean, you have Duran at Chapman closing games. I mean, at the end of the bullpen, I mean, you can get to the 7th inning, you're going to win the game.
Yeah, and by the way, Brad Keller threw to live hitters today. And maybe if Keller can kind of bounce back and become what you paid him to be, and Alvarado, you need a guy like Chapman, essentially, Oscar, because Alvarado do you have any expectations that Alvarado can get his head back on straight here?
I think he will be slightly better. I don't think he's going to be all the way. I mean, that would be my guess if I had to make a guess about what he's going to be. He's going to be a guy that is going to allow a lot of runners, more runners than we want, either based on balls or hits. And then he's going to find he has a great cutter together with his sinker that moves a lot. I mean, that's the beauty of what he does. His sinker moves a lot. And if he cannot control it, he's going to give away a lot of bases on balls. And that is the problem that he has. But he's a quality arm back there, not the same quality and maybe he was a couple of years ago, but he's a real quality arm, but he just needs to keep his control straight.
Well, one of the things to do today, by the way, the Phillies made a move in the bullpen, Oscar. They sent Chase Sugar down. We have been talking about how he is struggling. They had to bring him in the 8th inning of a 1-run game last night, and they bring up Lou Trevino. We know that this is not a long-term fix, though, for them.
Yeah, and I think the fix, you name it, Brad Keller. I mean, Brad Keller needs to come do what Brad Keller was paid to do here. He needs to be that shutdown 8th inning guy, so we can, shorten the game for when Duran comes in. We absolutely seal the deal here. So he needs to be the 8th inning shutdown guy. I don't want to hear a 4 ERA, a 5 ERA, or a 4.50 ERA. This guy needs to be a 1.9 ERA or a 2 ERA to be able to be the pitcher that we pay him to be. I mean, we pay him handsomely to be that 8th inning guy.
For the people that forget, Keller got a 2-year, $22 million deal. So he's getting $11 million a year, which is kind of unheard of for guys who are bullpen pitchers that are not closers. So for you to get a 2-year commitment at real money, they really need him to be that 8th inning guy. And that's why you wonder, will Dave Dombrowski say, we signed this guy to be that guy, so we're not going to go out and get another bullpen arm? Will he be stubborn like that?
I think the biggest concern with the bullpen beyond Brad Keller is the lefty spot. I mean, can Alvarado be the Alvarado, an effective 7th inning pitcher for us? That is the bigger question, because you have, with Kerkering and Alvarado, you should be able to solve the 7th inning. Keller needs to solve the 8th, and then you have Durant for the 9th. So, look, I think the way they build the bullpen is a very, very effective bullpen. The thing is, Alvarado hasn't pitched the way he was expected to pitch. Neither has Keller. And that's what's creating the issues right now. You're putting Kerkering in situations that he might not be accustomed to, more pressure than you want to give him, a young guy at this point, and he needs to go in and deliver. But Brad Keller is, to me, the key here is going to be Brad Keller, because you can survive with Kerkering in the 7th inning, Brad Keller and Durant, 3 righties. I get the lefty part, and then play Alvarado around. But Keller needs to be an absolute stud.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Stopper.
They need him to bounce back. There's 100%. He has to be able to pitch in high leverage 7th or 8th inning roles for this team. I'll tell you what, I was excited about the signing. It was one of the reasons why I went out on a limb and said they would win 98 games this year, because you figure they won 96 games last year, Oscar. And I said, this bullpen has got to be better than last year's bullpen that had Jordan Romano closing games out for half the season. So you figure anytime you had a chance late in the game with the lead with Keller and Duran, that was going to be a win plus Alvarado. It has not turned out to be that way.
Yeah, we I don't think not enough of Romanos, enough with the Romanos, the Kimbrels, and the Canables of this world that we had to survive or
Corey
in the
Knebel,
past.
good call. Corey Knebel, good pull by you on that.
I mean, or Robertson. I'll include probably Robertson in that list as well. I mean, it just, I mean,
let me ask you this. Do you think that Nola could pitch out of the bullpen? You know, he's been okay for an inning or two. Is that something that this stage of his career they could try to do that?
Maybe he's never done it before. I mean, that's
302 appearances, never once out of the bullpen.
And then the other thing, Mike, you need starters. I mean, you need another starter. I mean, you're short a starter right now. I mean, if Painter cannot, I mean, until Painter comes back and he can come back as effective as he can be, you're short starter. I mean, that's the reality. That's why you start without a starter and then you come in with Alan Rangel. Look, am I worried? Not too much, because we have the three stubs in the beginning. I mean, stubs in the beginning of the starting rotation. I mean, those three guys are absolutely elite. I mean, but then comes the fourth and the fifth starter. And look, if Nola can give us 5 innings of 2 or 3 runs, I'll be more than happy. He just needs to. I mean, the problem is the long ball. I mean, he's just giving away too many home runs. 19 home runs so far this year. Painter had given up 14. Look, the remaining guys: Christopher Sanchez 8, Luzardo 9, Wheeler 8. I mean, the issue is the fourth and the fifth spot. I mean, that's where the issue in the rotation is. And Nola is now at 6.04 ERA. He can do better than that.
Christopher Sanchez, 9 appearances with 6 or more innings pitched and 1 or no runs. He did not pitch great his last time out. Was there anything that worried you about his last appearance?
I'll give you the answer tomorrow. No, he struck out 13 Pirates the last time when they played at PNC Park. I'm expecting this guy is unbeatable at home. This guy is going to be, I mean, forget it. I mean, it's going to be a Christopher Sanchez day today. I mean, guaranteed. Just like we guaranteed the other home runs the other day. I told you we're going to hit home runs. Guaranteed. Christopher Sanchez. Look, Wheeler and Christopher Sanchez at home. I mean, you can almost guarantee wins in those games.
Yeah, Sanchez, after not pitching well, he is 6-1 with a 0.95 ERA at home this season. It's the best home ERA in Major League Baseball. He's only 3-2 with a 3.89 ERA on the road for Christopher Sanchez. So keep that in mind. By the way, tomorrow's Phillies Fastball, we'll be previewing Wheeler versus Skeens, which will be one of the better pitching matchups that you'll get all season long.
Absolutely. I mean, it was, Wheeler won the first one we beat Skeens last year here with Mick Abel. That was the Mick Abel start, the miracle Mick Abel start. So I think we're up, we're ready for Skeens in this part of the country.
All right. Well, by the way, you texted us last night on that Derek Hill bunt there. I think he was trying to push it between the pitcher and the first baseman and beat him down the line, but didn't work out.
Yeah, it didn't work out. I mean, Crawford needs to bunt more. I am convinced that he can get so many more hits by just putting a few bunts down. I mean, and using his speed. Hill is it's a little bit over the hill compared to Crawford in terms of his speed to first base. So I wonder, that one did not help.
I wonder, because they do have Rincones. There's the lineup tonight for everybody out there. They do have Rincones in the lineup tonight. I wonder, though, if they'll give Hill some opportunities against some right-handed pitching.
Yeah, the other thing you're going to see here, probably Pham. I mean, if Pham signed with this team, he might have signed to a major league contract, and with the expectation.
Tommy Pham, for the people out there who are wondering. Yeah, Tommy Pham.
So I'm expecting he might be coming. He might be coming soon to Philly. That would be my expectation. I mean, a guy like that, he has the pedigree of being in the majors for so many years. I don't think he's expecting, I mean, like Brian De La Cruz down there, to be in AAA too long. So I'm expecting he'll be here soon. And look, I just think Dave is doing the smart thing, trying a few of these older guys to see maybe who could sink, having a bench that is older, more experienced, that can come in unique situations and bring on the hitting. So look, it's interesting. Let's try it and let's see what happens. I mean, and this is a guy that we've tried to acquire 2 or 3 times to my best knowledge. So
yeah, Fam's name kept coming up every year. Need a right-handed bat. Well, now he's 38 years old, so we'll see if he still can, contribute at the level, because he's always been a pain in your butt for Arizona a couple of years ago. Last thing,
he was part of the 2023 team of Arizona, I believe.
Yeah, the Diamondbacks, right? Yeah. You waste a game last night on 2 home runs from Marsh, a home run from Harper. I mean, and a leadoff homer from Turner. That's a gut punch to lose a game where you got some offense last night.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting, I mean, if it wasn't because of Sugar and those runs that he gave, I believe we could have won that game.
I agree with you. If they don't lose that 5-4 game in the 8th, I think they would have came back and won that game in the 9th.
Yeah, it was, I think it would have got to 8-7. I believe he got to 8-7. And I said, hey, we're getting them in the bottom of the 9th inning once again, proving that we're capable of doing. But, I mean, unfortunate, those runs absolutely killed us there. So
they sure did. And by the way, Chase Sugar, as we mentioned, got sent down today. Lou Trevino is back up. And the Phillies make a couple bullpen moves. Phillies Fastball is back again tomorrow. We'll recap this game tonight. We'll get you ready for the Wheeler and Skeens matchup. And, of course, everything else that's happening with the Phillies. Oscar Budajin, Phillies Fastball in the books. Thanks, man.
Go Phils. Take care, guys.
There you go. Our Phillies Fastball segment here on the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN. We've got, of course, Phillies Fastball. Each day we take a look at all the Phillies stuff we hear. When we come back, we got a little bit of this and that. 5 o'clock hour. Kevin Cooney's got the Cooney Report. We'll get you the latest on all the NBA movement and more. It's the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. 4:50 on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, don't forget, Thursday we're going to be at Yuri's in Wildwood. Stop out and see the show on Friday. The Sports Bash will be live Thursday in Wildwood at Yuri's for another day game watch party when the Phillies take on the Pirates. It's an afternoon game, so we'll have a Phillies day game watch party at Yuri's in Wildwood. Stop out. They got great specials for the day games there. It's a Ellen Rangel will get started, it looks like anyway, unless they end up going with an opener for him in that game. So 12:35 first pitch. We'll be there from 2 to 6 with the show live. Come on and hang out with the Sports Bash. This is the last couple of weeks before the All-Star break. So the Phillies play the Pirates for 3, Kansas City for 3, Cincinnati for 3, and then Detroit for 3 before they get to the All-Star break. So they still have 4 series to finish here before the All-Star break. We were talking before about could they get to 4.5 before they get to the All-Star break with the Braves. They're at 3.5 right now. There are 2 games in the win column behind the Braves. They are 5 losses behind the Braves. That right now is your big difference. It's a 3.5 game spread between the two of them. I think the Phillies could – 4.5 was the number that we said. Could they get to 4.5? I can't believe they've already got to 3.5. That's how bad the Braves have been so far in this month of in the month of June here. How do you lose? And by the way, the Braves have an 88 run differential, plus 88. The Phillies are -2 in run differential. Usually run differential is a pretty good indicator of how good or bad a team might be. The Phillies are 9 games over 500 and have a minus run differential. Kind of tells you how bad their offense has been. So far this year, they have scored 375 runs. They've given up 377 runs. The only team in the division, Washington's given up 450, but Atlanta's given up 302. And you're thinking, how the heck has Atlanta coughed up that big of a lead when you've only given up 302 runs and you have a plus 88 run differential this year? By the way, their plus 88 run differential, there's only like 3 teams, the Dodgers, the Braves, and the Yankees, that have a better run differential than the Braves do. And the Phillies at -2 have essentially tracked them down. It's pretty unbelievable when you think about it. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. We're going to talk more about Nola and what the Phillies can really do with him. Kevin Cooney is going to join us on the other side for our Cooney Report. The 5-2 road trip. The NL East is in sight. Is it okay to let your guard down and believe in the Phillies? We're going to talk to Kevin Cooney about that coming up on the other side here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Just go to youtube.com, search 973 ESPN, hit that subscribe button, and watch the Sports Bash on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. It's free. You can watch the show each and every day on YouTube. And, of course, Thursday, we will be at Yuri's in Wildwood.
We haven't mentioned at all today? Today's the last day of June. Where'd the month go?
Where's this year gone? When's football getting here? That's what I want to know.
5 weeks training camp.
We're less than a month. July 28th, the Eagles report. By the way, we want to tell you about next Friday, July the 10th. The Sports Bash will be live at Pig Dog in Wildwood at the Beach Bar.
Happy Hour Friday at a beach bar. Makes sense to me.
Happy Hour Friday at a beach bar. We'll be down in Wildwood at Pig Dog, our first appearance down there. You can check us out. We'll be live on location, and they are having a cool event down there. It is a Battle at the Beach flag football event that's going on all weekend long. And we'll be telling you more about that coming up. But next Friday, July the 10th, make an appointment, set it up, come on down and see the Sports Bash live at Pig Dog in Wildwood. 5 o'clock, driving you home. Sports Bash this hour brought to you by Cross County Connection. 6 new South Jersey Connect shuttles. Free transportation across southern Jersey. Connect to your job, college courses, healthcare, shopping, government services, and NJ Transit hubs at no cost to riders. For details, 856-229-7571. DriveLess.com. I'm Mike Gill. It's the Sports Bash Live. We're taking you till the top of the hour tonight. NBA free agency kicks off at 6. I don't expect the Sixers to do anything cray-cray, but they could lose Quentin Grimes and Kelly Oubre. There is some reporting out there that Grimes has some suitors. We'll keep an eye on that. The Phillies have a Nola problem, or was last night just a one-night thing? He's been okay. You can get through the season with him. Or does Dave Dombrowski have to act on this now? Kevin Cooney, longtime newspaper writer. He's got a new Substack called The Cooney Report. You can check that out. And he joins us now to opine on everything that's happening with the Phillies. As you wrote a Substack the other day after the 5-2 trip, it was okay to let our guard down. And then one day later, Aaron Nola showed up and said a 5-0 lead is no longer safe when I pitch. Kevin, you've covered essentially Aaron's entire career here in Philadelphia. Are we at the point now where the Phillies might have to do something drastic or don't overreact to what we saw last night?
Well, I don't know what they could do, honestly, Mike. I think you're kind of stuck at this point because you don't have anybody in the minor leagues that you're willing to say, look, I mean, Alan Rangal that comes up here to replace Painter, they don't feel comfortable with him in the first inning. Yeah, they have to go to the opener model, and the opener model for them has not been good since they started this. I think they're 1-5 in their 6 games with an opener. So they're kind of boxed in with that, with the salary on Nola. There's no way they can just like outright release him. I think that it would look kind of bad too in the eyes of a lot of people around baseball if you cut bait on Aaron Nola right now, as far as just DFA him. I would expect, Mike, at some point, we're going to get the phantom injury. I think there'll be an injured list stay coming for Aaron, maybe around the All-Star break. And if this continues, maybe in his next start, I think that's the most likely thing. I think we'll say that.
It seems like something that they, we thought that's what they were doing last year, and then that it extended
it
for
did.
a while. Yeah, it extended for a while.
Yeah, trust me, it started out that way, and then something popped up.
Okay, well,
and
you
look,
mentioned it, though, Kevin. They don't really have a replacement for Nola. So even if they had the guts to do something, and I understand this is a risky, a tough. He's a very popular guy. He has been here for a long time. He's been a very good Philly, and he's got 4 years left on that deal. How much does that contract play into all of this?
All of it. All of it. This isn't Taijuan Walker at the end of his deal or Nick Castellanos at the end of his deal. This is a guy who you have on your payroll until 2031. There's 2 options the Phillies could be looking at right now if this goes forward. One, you have to suck it up, put him in your rotation, and just live with the consequences. Or 2, depending on what happens with collective bargaining, if they do bring a salary cap in and limit payrolls and all that, you hope for an amnesty clause like has happened in the NHL. I think the second one is unlikely.
Yeah.
I think what you're looking at this point is probably the first one, where they're going to have to get awfully creative and try to fix them. And if it doesn't fix them, you got no other option. Honestly, Mike, we've talked about a lot of the bad contracts that Dave Dombrowski signed. This is clearly the worst by far. This was a high mileage guy, a lot of tread taken off the tire.
You're right, but let me just say he's only 33.
Yeah, but he's pitched. All right, he pitched in a major collegiate program, which most people would tell you when you pitch the amount of innings that you pitch in college sometimes, and a lot of pitching coaches and head coaches there aren't necessarily thinking about what's down the road.
Oh, I agree.
Okay?
I'm saying when he signed that deal, he was only 30 years old. I guess you figured you would get at least 5 years, maybe even 4 years out of him. You got 2, maybe 1.
Yeah,
you got 1. You got 1 year out of him.
But you also had to look at the You also had to look at the number of innings pitched. And he was one of the second or third highest total of innings pitched of anybody. At some point, the numbers even out.
And he never had any injury issues either. So at some point, you're like, oh, this guy's durable. He makes every start. He eats all the innings.
Just 2015 is the only time he had an injury issue. I think he had a hip issue that year. He never had an arm issue of any kind. But again, there's only so many pitches in an arm.
I agree.
And I think with Aaron Nola, the Phillies didn't read the odometer right. And I think that's pretty clear.
That's pretty clear. And, you've kind of highlighted there is nowhere to go here. They don't even have an option to bring up and replace him. And what are you going to do with him? You're not going to send him to the minors. He's never pitched.
You can't send him to the minors unless it's on a rehab because he has the 10-5 rates.
Correct. So people who would say DFA him or send him to the minors, these things you can't do that.
Well, you could DFA him, but then you have to financially just bite the bullet for 5 years or 4 years.
But that's where the human being that he is and what he's meant to this team comes into play. This is a great guy. This is a great Philly. This is a guy who has been a model.
Not a clubhouse issue. Not a clubhouse issue. Not on the last year of his contract. So, yes, you're right. And especially because you don't have depth in your system. If you had depth in your system, honestly.
If you had Mick Abel here and you had Andrew Painter here and you had, let's say, Gage Wood was ready, like you had a couple options of younger guys, you could start to say, but realistically, with 4 years left, Kevin, your option's the only one. You're hurt.
Mike, I will say this. We mentioned, Gage Wood and Painter and all that. Do you know who roster spot Aaron Nola is taking at this point? Ranger Suarez.
Yeah.
If you look at the contract, if they didn't sign Aaron Nola, they'd probably re-sign Ranger Suarez, and Ranger Suarez has been pretty decent for the Red Sox.
Yeah. Oh, listen, this goes to the next level of this question. Aaron Nola, you can't pitch him in a playoff game, right?
No.
So what do you do? He doesn't even make the playoff roster. Because it's not like the Dodgers who can take their starters and put Sasaki to close a game or put Snell or Glasnow in. You can't do that with Aaron Nola.
He may be your emergency, just wave the white flag kind of guy on a game down the road. Your super long guy. The last literal guy in your bullpen.
Right, so you're putting him on the playoff roster out of basically respect to the man?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. Also, if you need innings to just get eaten in a blowout game, he might be your guy. But would he pitch in something? Would he pitch in something right now that's a 6 or 5 run game, under a 6 or a 5 run game? No.
And it's like, so you go to, they need a bullpen guy. I mean, that's pretty clear. They sent Sugared out. You can't have Lou Trevino or Lee Trevino for that matter, but Lou Trevino can't be a part of this team long term. I mean, obviously they're waiting for Keller to get back, but you got bullpen problems that you need to address as well.
Don't worry, I've done the Lee Trevino or Lee Corvallis from The Simpsons, which was even better. Look, they're gonna have to address bullpen, and they're gonna have to address the right-handed bat in the outfield. They can't keep going with Rincones.
But can they do all of them realistically?
No, because they don't have enough prospects.
Exactly.
The failures of the minor league system are coming back to haunt them.
Yeah.
Now, but the problem is not the problem. That's not the right way of saying it. The thing with them is they're still talented enough that they can make a run and win this thing because of their top 2 starting pitchers and the top 4 in their lineup.
Right. As Kevin Cooney's with us, is Cooney Report Substack. Check that out. Kevin Cooney on Substack. You said they're as flawed as they've ever been, yet after a 9-19 start where it looked like they were legitimately done in terms of the division, 10.5 back, somehow they've cut this thing down to 3.5. How do you credit the turnaround that they have got this back to a division race now?
Well, let's be honest. Part of it is your schedule. After they got done with that stretch of the Cubs and Braves, when both of those were just fire hot for like a 2-week stretch early in the year, they played a lot of teams that are under 500, and that includes this week. Now, the Pirates are over 500, but you know where I'm going with this.
Teetering.
Teetering. They've gotten great starting pitching. Schwarber should be an MVP candidate. I know that Ohtani is pretty much the consensus he's going to win it because he's Ohtani, and everybody trips over themselves to give everything to Ohtani. But you look at the numbers that Schwarber has put up. You're seeing a little bit of obviously the numbers that Marsh has put up, and you're seeing a rebirth right now a little bit in both Trey Turner and Bryce Harper after extended slumps. They're able now to get a decent offensive attack. Look, Mike, I mean, they fell behind by 4 going into the ninth last night. Was anybody checking out that game going into the top to the bottom of the ninth?
No, in fact, you felt for sure they were, until Sugar gave up that home run, you felt they were going to win that game.
Right. And honestly, even after he gave up the home run, and it's a 4-run game, I gotta admit, I didn't flip over to the soccer right away. You know, I was watching because crazier things have happened with this team over the last 2 months or the last month.
That's an interesting point, though, you make is Washington's got a horrific bullpen. The Mets the Mets are comical. There's you can make a strong argument that you should have lost all 7 of those games. That 5 of the games that the 3 games against Washington and the 2 games against the Mets, you should have lost 7 straight realistically.
Yeah, the Wheeler game, I would say.
The Wheeler game, though, unless Hill doesn't make that catch, you lose that game too.
Yeah, but the Wheeler game, I Wheeler held him to 1 run. You know,
listen, you're not wrong about that, but that's one of those days where your guy pitches his ass off and you don't score any runs and you lose. You need Derek Hill. Hill has given them a home run to win a game. He had another home run to basically make Duran not have to come in the game. And then it got turned at the catch of the year.
Right. And he's given them some life, and that's good coming off your bench. But okay, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But that highlights one thing. Against bad teams, the Phillies usually find a way. And against good teams, will they be able to play like this? No. Could they play like this against the Dodgers or the Brewers? No, they can't. I'm not even sure if I would count the Braves as a good team, by the way, anymore. I mean, all the injuries, all the pitching issues, all that. The Braves have a vibe of the Mets from last year that this could fall off the face of the planet by the end of the year.
Kevin Cooney, his Substack is out. Check it out, Kevin Cooney on Substack, and it's called the Cooney Report. We talked to him here on the Sports Bash, and one thing you brought up in the Substack on Monday was I wasn't even aware of this, is that they've been a better team on the road than they have been at home, and this has been one of the better home field advantages throughout baseball. And I wonder, big picture, if that means something.
I do wonder if part of it is that they have grown resistant to the fan base grumbling. And what I mean by resistant is they've heard it and it causes them to press. Because a lot of their early struggles were at home and not really. And they tried to reassure everybody it was going to be fine. Well, nobody thought it was going to be fine. They feel like they're a different team that they play looser on the road. And that is a good trait for a team to have, especially when it's unlikely they'll have home field advantage in a playoff series. But they do have to kind of get the Citizens Bank Park thing solved.
I'm gonna throw something your way here, Kevin, real fast and get your thoughts. I was looking at this the other day. Right now, if the playoffs were to start, you would play the Cubs. 3 left-handers. You would face trouble. And if you win that series, let's say you get through the Cubs, you would play the Dodgers in the next round. That tells me
as the 3-6, right? Well, are the Brewers technically 1 now?
The Dodgers are the 1. Yeah, the Dodgers.
Well, then you would get the Brewers too if you're the 3.
The Phillies the Phillies right now are the 1 wild card.
Right. Okay. So
yeah,
but I'm counting that the Phillies are going to go to 3 at some point.
Well, my point on this is
no, I know.
Now this is because the Cubs and the Phillies are 1 and 2. The Cardinals are 3. Now this could change a lot, but my point being, big picture, if you're a wild card team, and you don't win that division, there's a chance you could face the Cubs with their 3 lefties and then the
Yeah.
Dodgers. It behooves you that you need to catch the Braves and pass them to get out of that path through the playoffs, because that path to me is a dead end.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you think of it, even if you're the 3, you get the Cardinals, and the Cardinals are a team that I don't think anybody should be scared of come the playoffs.
If you win the
Yeah.
division, you would get
If
the
you win the
Cardinals,
division, to get the Cardinals.
Padres, and then you're playing Atlanta, Milwaukee.
And they own San Diego. They own San Diego. So
Well,
yeah, there is.
The Cubs would be a disaster with the 3 left-handers that they have. They're going to
Yeah.
get Steele back. They got Peterson. They just traded for. So they really have 4 lefties.
All right, I'll flip this the other way. I don't know if the Cub lineup matches up against Wheeler and Sanchez. I don't.
It might not, but you could have a situation where it's
I remember-
nothing in the 7th.
I remember the Cubs did not see Wheeler once. He came back after that last Cubs series, because with the Braves series, which is the following weekend. If they last saw the
And
Cubs.
fair enough. As I said, you got to face the Cubs potentially,
Oh.
and they have 3 left-handed starters. And if you win that series, you're playing the Dodgers in the 5-game set rather than the 7-game set. And if you're the Phillies, would you rather the Dodgers in the 5-game set or the 7-game set?
Rather than the 5-game.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
I rather be able to throw Sanchez and Wheeler 4 times in 5 games than 4 times in 7.
The Dodgers, because last year, you're right, they did shut their big guys down. The problem was the game was close until the 6th or 7th when you both turned it to your bullpens, and that's the problem that I see is do I have the bullpen in those shorter series where I have to use those guys? So I don't know. That last year, their offense wasn't what killed you; it was your bullpen and your own offense.
The Phillies would own the 9th inning. It would be inning 6 through 8 that would be the problem, and that's pretty clear. I think the one thing with Philadelphia, if you look at this going forward, something tells me that if they're going to put a priority on anything, kind of based off the conversation we're having here, they're probably having that same conversation in the office. They will go for a true setup guy to before Duran, to kind of be we need this in case we face the Dodgers. And then basically just having the patch together with Kirkring and whoever else they're going to go, maybe Keller,
Right.
at that in the 7th. Just that they have to patch together maybe 1 inning in the 6th.
Kevin Cooney's with us. Check out his Substack, in which you will read about. You and I are kind of sports media kind of geeks here, and we take a look at what that means. NBC Sports Philadelphia, what kind of impact might that have on the big picture for the Phillies? How much money that pumps into this? People forget the Phillies were not always a free spending type of team. That kind of came in the recent past when NBC Sports Philadelphia ponied up some big time money. That looks a little murky now.
It's a little murky, and let's give credit to Matt Gelb, who was the one who reported on it in the Athletic in his story about Sam Fold last week. I will say this, Mike. I think that the Phillies, honestly, NBC Sports Phillies future, and I'm not tied into it long term, obviously. I'm not as plugged in as I used to be with it. But I can't see them leaving right away. Because look, in this city, a lot of it is still wired only for cable. The minute and to get NBC Sports Philadelphia, or to get Comcast, is still the best way of getting NBC Sports Philadelphia. Not going to throw a lot of packages and all that, and streamings and all that. If you do that, the amount of cancellations for a lot of people, like here in the Northeast, down in South Philly, all that will fly on Comcast. So I think there's a little bit of a hometown protection here that I think will make NBC Sports Philly to last. But from a revenue
There's only
standpoint,
There's only 2 left.
Right. Bay Area will go first. I'm convinced Bay Area will be the one that goes first. But as far as
that Bay Area left before Mid-Atlantic and Boston and
Mid-Atlantic, remember Mid-Atlantic got bought by Ted Leonis. Chicago got basically gobbled up by Jerry Reinsdorf. What else was it? I'm trying to remember the other. Boston's still there. Boston's still there.
The article says there are 2 left: Bay Area and Philadelphia.
Now there's still NBC Sports Boston because that's where I hate to break. Felger and Maz are on, and I know that's where a lot of people who have like satellite and everything watch it down here. And they are, I believe, the Celtics broadcast outlet. But the point is, I think that it's still a couple years away, but I think the Phillies are smart to prepare for it. Because I do think that part of this is also going to be tied into the MLB collective bargaining, where if I'm NBC, yeah, I think a lot more is going to streaming. I think it's going to be a centralized revenue source. You can see it, what's happened with the other regional sports markets. This is why, honestly, Mike, and we could get into a whole different article of this. Baseball's in big trouble because they're coming up at a time, they're going to have this labor dispute right before whatever their next TV deal is going to be, and they're going to try to change the revenue model. I don't know how that plays, and I don't think they know how it plays. They ought to be worried.
It would almost behoove these two sides to say we're going to extend what we have until these
2031.
Correct. They have like 3 years or 2 years or something with NBC. These baseball deals, when ESPN got rid of stuff, they got these little 3-year deals. They would almost behoove them to kick the CBA kick the can down the road and wait till those deals expire.
And Fox and Turner, I believe, are done after 28. So, and the World Series will go back up for bids. I think ESPN wants to get the World Series as well. You're right. It would behoove them to do this and to build in some more protection, because the worst thing they can do is have a lockout, lose a year, lose a half year, then try to go into a TV revenue race. And by the way, at the same time, the NFL is looking at renegotiating with its.
And that's another big thing, right? The NFL is telling these networks, hey, get out of your deal now. Give us more money now so that you have us even longer. So if you're NBC, you're saying, well, we got to keep Sunday Night Football, which means we're probably going to get rid of this baseball thing. The other day, they put golf on and kicked the Yankees and Red Sox off to the 5th inning.
Have you noticed that all these networks are just becoming mini versions of ESPN? Like, when's the last time like Fox had like normal network nighttime programming on with the World Cup?
The only thing anybody's watching on television is sports.
Yeah, NBC's become that way. Look, it's sports is valuable for a lot of reasons, but there is gonna. You and I talked about it last week. The bubble's coming. It really is.
Yeah.
It just and I think maybe the Phillies feel it at some point. I don't think they'll be the first though.
Kevin Cooney, check out his Substack, and of course, right here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I did read your bucket list, places to go. You had mentioned Fenway, which I got to recently, Wrigley, which I was at a bunch of years ago. I have not been to Lambeau. Cooperstown. I was actually supposed to go this weekend and call a bunch of games for CBS Sports, but I have a conflict in my schedule, so I can't make that happen. What are some other spots for our listeners that they must go to?
I would say a Final Four. I've been to a Final Four. I love the Final Four. It's a fun atmosphere. The town's usually hopping. It's a whole weekend. Vegas, I didn't put this in the article. Vegas on the first weekend of the NCAA tournament or conference title weekend in college basketball, when you could just sit in, or Atlantic City, or sit in a sports book and just watch everything, is pretty cool. Vegas at that time is a little warmer. No offense to my colleagues down the shore.
Hey, I go to spring training every year during the tournament.
Right. It's awesome. My ultimate bucket list right now is the Masters. I want to get into it.
Did you hear Dave Portnoy's idea of making the NCAA tournament like the World Cup, where there's games on all day, every day for the entire month, instead of just Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Basically, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and instead of 4 games on at a time in a time slot, have one game on. So 4 games in a day on Tuesday, 4 games in a day on. I don't know how it would work out, but
I was just going to say the problem would be trying to get it where like teams wouldn't complain about the rest they would have.
Well,
So
I'm sure
is it
something like
short or too long or
someone
whatever?
could be the one that figures out, like, okay, we're going to do 2 games on Tuesday at noon, or stagger them like they do now, but have them on Tuesday, Wednesday instead of just Thursday and Friday. That second week where you have that little break in there. You know, the whole thing of, like you're saying, live sports on all day. You turn on a soccer game just because it's on at 2:00 in the afternoon.
And I'll admit, I'm totally hooked on the soccer.
You in? Last
I'm
night,
in.
I got to be honest. So normally I come home, you know, and the Phillies go on. I got home yesterday, and Paraguay was on. And by the way, they said there was going to be 5 extra minutes, which turned into 9 extra minutes, which turned into like 20 extra minutes.
Oh, yeah.
But that thing just kept going and going and going. And then the penalty kicks was, I mean, that was.
Oh, that's great theater. It's great theater because you can tell when a guy's stepping up if they really want to be the one who's taking that shot.
You're right. You're right. You can almost see the gentleman tensing up in the moment right there.
All right, I got a question for you.
By the way, the goalie yesterday for Paraguay, his name was Gil. That's why that dude was a stud.
You're getting the kit already, aren't you? You know, you're getting the shirt and the shorts.
I'm going out. Yeah.
Earnshaw's buying it for you already.
Yeah.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you one question before we go. LeBron ends up where?
So I had discussed, you know, because Lucas said he wanted an A-list center. And I'm like, okay, if I'm Mike Gansey, I say I have an A-list center. We'll do a sign and trade. We'll take LeBron for $45 million, throw us, Ruchi Hachimura or whoever else, and we'll give you Joel. That's an idea, but now he's going to be a free agent. He can pick wherever he wants. And I would imagine he either goes to Cleveland or Golden State.
And the Golden State thing is weird with him and Anthony Davis perhaps reuniting up there, which is, it really didn't work.
What's not happening? Anthony Davis. Shams is apparently reporting that Anthony Davis is not going to Golden State. Yeah.
He loves Washington so much?
Well, apparently the Wizards won't trade him.
Okay. Yeah. But Cleveland makes sense as a farewell tour kind of deal.
No doubt.
Yeah, and to have a shot to win the East would make total sense.
Kawhi in the East now. He got traded to Toronto today.
Toronto.
Yep.
So how many? So 4 times a year we'll have to see the bouncing shot.
Well, interesting point. The Raptors finished ahead of you. Now they have Kawhi. Miami was right in the mix with you. Now they have Giannis. You can make a strong argument that Washington with Anthony Davis, DeBanza, Sarr, Trae Young, that they're not going to be the worst team in the league anymore. They're actually probably going to try to win games. So
probably going to be back into the play-in, yeah.
I'm sure there's another team that I'm forgetting that was in that middle mix that has now made moves, and you're sitting there with not a lot to do.
This leads to the debate. Do you trade Joe? Do you trade George? Just focus on your 3 guards.
Oh, by the way, contract. Indiana's going to get
Halburn back.
Yep. So there's another team that's probably past you in the pecking order. Charlotte, that team's probably going to be better this year too. Atlanta, probably going to be better. So, yeah, if you could trade Joe and George, I think you'd do it in a heartbeat. I just don't think you can.
Well, you'd have to bite the bullet on a lot of salary.
Absolutely.
Probably. So.
All right, Kevin Cooney's, check out the Substack and, of course, the Cooney Report. It is Kevin Cooney on Substack. And, of course, we have fun having a couple of sports conversations right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, man. Happy 4th of July to you.
Happy 4th. Happy 4th to everybody down there, and we'll talk next week.
All right, man. Kevin Cooney, good stuff as always. Make sure you check out his Substack. He's doing a great job with that. I'm always enjoying it. He has the bucket list fill-in spots of places that you need to go. I'll read off a couple of them coming up.
By the way, it's ESPN's Mark Spears is the one reporting the Anthony Davis is not getting traded.
If I'm Washington,
Shams retweeted his tweets. That's why I confused me.
If I'm Washington, I'm not trading Anthony Davis. I think I have a team that's competitive. I got Anthony Davis, Trae Young. I've got Johnson that they drafted.
The Banza.
You got DeBanza, you got Starr. That's a pretty damn good mix of young players and some veteran players as well.
Yeah, so the report goes like this. The Wizards are not listening to any trade offers for Anthony Davis and do not plan to deal him anytime, according to ESPN's Mark J. Spears. Davis has yet to play in Washington, but he is committed, and Washington is committed to him long term.
All right, coming up on Sportsmanlike Moment of the Day, I'll read off some of Kevin's places that you must visit, the bucket list, places you absolutely have to get to before you die. That's all coming up still on the Sports Bash.
You can't claim a player that's not on your team.
I'll allow it.
How are you going to allow that, Smalls? How is that even possible?
Because she does it with St. Louis. Because I do it with St. Louis all the
That's a
time.
great point.
When the
That's a
Florida
great
Panthers
point.
win, I'm like, shut up, Matthew Tkachuk. Another
That's a
one
great
for St.
point.
Louis,
That's a
City of
great point.
Champions.
I'm seeing what you're doing right now, and I don't understand why we go to that place. If they're not on your team, then guess what? It doesn't count for a win for you when they have success.
But
It just doesn't.
If they have connectivity to where you're from and they represent your home, it does feel like a win.
It's not a win. It's not a win. Unless you're adopting that player's team as your team, you can't claim success when that player wins. You just can't.
No, incorrect.
Unsportsmanlike Moment today, it's Auntie and Michelle debating. This is an interesting one. I saw an example of this happen recently with an old friend of ours. So break down the premise of the conversation here for the people.
So basically, the premise is this morning on Unsportsmanlike, Nuno is trying to claim a player who's not on one of his teams because
Who was the actual player?
I can't pronounce the guy's name. It's a World Cup player.
All right, so there's a World Cup player.
There's a
that
guy in
plays
the
for
World
who?
Cup who scored a goal, who's
Okay.
from the same country as Nuno.
Gotcha.
So
Oh, that's a different situation.
So Nuno is trying to say, even though he was born and grew up in America, but because the guy is from the country that his ancestors are from, he's trying to claim the guy.
I think that plays.
He says different.
Yeah, this is a different situation. Like, our old buddy Broads, for instance. He's a Flyers guy. His
Through and
buddy plays for Carolina,
Eric
and he's
Robinson.
down there on the ice with the cup, parading and partying like the Flyers won the Stanley Cup. Is that out of bounds?
See, it's not out of bounds because they grew up together. Like there's a personal connection. You know what I mean? Like for example, Mike, if your best buddy from like high school or college,
Right.
Like let's use someone out there, Todd Rank.
Okay.
Let's say Todd Rank somehow made an NBA team.
Mhm.
Okay, and he played for.
Well, this has happened. There's guys that I went to college with and was friends with that played in the NFL for other teams, like Anthony Beck. We hung out in college all the time.
Okay, so if Anthony Beck,
and he played for multiple teams in the NFL.
if he wins the Super Bowl,
we're gonna be happy for him.
and he was
Our
like,
buddy Colin Thompson, he was playing for Carolina.
and Beck comes to you and says, "Hey, come celebrate Super Bowl championship with me."
Sure.
To me, that's what Broads and Robinson are like.
So that's fair.
To me, that's fair.
What's out of bounds then?
What's out of bounds, I think what bothers Canty is how Michelle takes it too far. I don't want to speak for Canty too much because him and I don't always agree, but I think what Canty's trying to say is Michelle brought up the Kachuk brothers, okay, or Tatum, right? They're from St. Louis. They went to this high school.
A lot of people have, a lot of people around here, they cheer for the Angels because of Mike Trout.
And to me, if the Angels and the Phillies played in the World Series, you can't root for Mike Trout if you're a Phillies fan.
No, you're rooting for the Phillies.
Right.
100%.
I think that's where we got to draw the line.
It's okay to say, hey, that guy's from our area. I used to follow him here.
Right.
I remember him, and I'm rooting for his success.
Exactly.
That's fair.
Like, for example, I was happy for Isaiah Pacheco when he won the Super Bowl with the Chiefs because I remember watching and calling his games when he was playing a Violent.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, like, I wasn't a Chiefs fan, but I was happy and rooting for him that a local guy that I saw come up to the ranks on a championship.
Absolutely. Like anytime like the Eagles played the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, I almost didn't even remember that Pacheco was playing in the game because you're rooting for the Eagles to win that game.
You're focused on
but
your
if
team.
the Eagles are not in that game, you're then saying, hey, I'd love to see him succeed in this game.
Now, where do you draw the line then, Mike, for the people who say, hey, the Eagles are my team, but then they'll flip it around and be like, but the Chiefs are my AFC team because Pacheco was on there.
There's a cutoff date at age.
Okay. Like for the fan, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, when I was younger, I was all the Philadelphia teams, but then my favorite player was Roger Clemens growing up. So I liked the Red Sox in the American League. I was a big Bernie Kosar fan, although he blew me off at the Radio Row. Now, I'm not going to go all Billy Schwein, Joe Flacco here, but I was a little disappointed that Bernie blew me off at the Super Bowl.
Right.
He was my favorite quarterback growing up, and I loved Eric Metcalf. So the Browns were my AFC team. I didn't really have a West Coast basketball team or a West Coast hockey team. It was more just an AFC team and an American League team.
Okay, so now I wasn't working at the time. I was working at a different station. What was your position when all these people were rooting for the LA Kings because they were calling them the West Coast Flyers 15 years ago?
No, I was out on that.
You're out on that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to find the range here of like what's
No, I mean when you're a
acceptable and
younger, like I think like probably after high school or somewhere in the middle of high school, that AFC AL thing. I don't even think kids even know the difference anymore, to be honest with you.
not. I think
Like, if you
kids-
ask kids right now,
yeah.
you know, because it's interleague, so there's like not a demarcation of an American League team and a National League team other than
Exactly.
the standings.
I think the bigger thing for a lot of people today is they root for the players. I think that's where the line is blurred because, again, we mentioned for Michelle Small, Tatum, the Kachuk brothers, they're from her town. They went to all the same high school, right? You know, for us in our area, Mike Trout, he's a local guy. Isaiah Pacheco, he's a local guy. There's a part of you that roots for the local guy. It's just when does rooting for the local guy blur with being a fan of your team? I think that's where the demarcation needs to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't be rooting for the guy who now, like you mentioned, like my roommate from college, Todd Rank, if he's playing professional sports, I don't know. I mean, Beck played, but he played for
The
the Jets. He played for the Chiefs. He played
for
for
the
the
Bucks.
Rams. Played for the Bucks for a while there.
Bucks had some success when he was there.
Yeah, but I don't remember them ever having a game against the Eagles of magnitude while he played on any of those teams. Like I always thought it was weird, you know, he grew up in Philly. And it's like you can't imagine being such a fan and then playing for a team and then you just lose that. You wonder how those guys deal with that.
Good question. Yeah, there. I mean,
The soccer thing, by the way, is different though.
well, the soccer thing is your country.
Like I was watching Bill Simmons' podcast the other night.
Okay.
Zach Lowe's wife is Croatian.
Oh,
So he was at 2 games in Philly
yeah.
rooting for Croatia like hardcore. My buddy, his wife is Croatian, and they went to the game the other night for Croatia. I can understand your wife, your spouse, somebody you know is so you're pulling for them.
Correct.
Especially if it's your wife. But my buddy's wife, she's Croatian. They went to the game. Zach Lowe said he went to 2 games in Philly, you know, and I'm thinking, why is Zach Lowe pulling for Croatia? And I found out his wife's Croatian. That's why he ended up going.
Anthony Beck played 3 games in his NFL career versus the Eagles. He had 3 catches for 32 yards.
Yeah, but none of the games probably were of any significance.
His teams were 1-2 versus the Eagles.
And like, which teams did he play for?
That part
It
I
wasn't
got
like the NFC Championship game with the Buccaneers.
No.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like when Colin caught the touchdown, it was his only catch in the NFL. He happened to catch one pass. It was for a touchdown. I was extremely happy for him. In fact, I got a funny story about that.
Okay.
So at the time, I guess my girlfriend's son might have been a freshman in high school. And it was like, name a famous person. I forget how it was worded.
Oh, it's 2006 Tampa Bay Bucks versus the Eagles. The 2008 Rams versus the Eagles. They were a bad team.
Oh.
And the 2003 Jets versus the Eagles.
So the question they got for their course was like, it was a German course. So I guess they were like, name a famous person you know. So people were like Taylor Swift or whatever. He wrote Colin Thompson because he happened to be at my house one time. And he was like, I don't know. I never really met a famous person. Oh, Colin Thompson. Called a touchdown pass, right? So Colin Thompson thinks that's the greatest story ever. That the famous person that he knows was Colin Thompson.
Love it.
But it was like, you know, hey, I know this guy. He caught a touchdown pass. That's pretty cool.
It is cool. And I think that's where Canty is being a little callous here because Canty forgets what it's like to just
be a fan.
Be a fan.
Yeah.
Like I feel like he spends so much time as an athlete and now a broadcaster.
Well, there's like a lot of things. Like for instance, like Chase Petty. I used to coach like against his dad. We'd coach against each other, and Chase would be at the field throwing the ball up against my dugout, and I'd be like, "Yo, kid, Stop throwing the ball against my dugout. And the kid's throwing like 90 miles an hour when he's 11, stuff like that. You're like, oh, this kid's going to be really good. And then you see him pitching in a big league game. It's kind of like, that's pretty damn cool, right? There's other instances of kids that I coached baseball, and now they're playing in, a higher level.
But to clarify, if Chase Petty's pitching against the Phillies, you're not rooting for Chase Petty.
I mean,
but
you're hoping that he doesn't give up 10 runs.
Right, but if he loses 2-1.
Like he had a save the other night.
Right.
He got his first save as a big leaguer.
Very
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my point. I think that's where it can't. Now, listen, Michelle, she is very hardcore.
She's tough because she's from a town that lost their football team.
Right.
So now, and they don't have a basketball team.
Correct.
So she's cheering for people that either used to play in St. Louis or are from St. Louis because they don't have an NFL team, or an NBA player because they don't have an NBA team. So that's a different situation.
Right. It's very different. I think that, and again, back to the World Cup thing. If you're rooting for someone who's from the country of your origin, I think you can have a little grace with that, right?
Yeah. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Jerry and Brigantine says, you guys are making me think about the bar in South Philly that dedicated to the Kansas City Chiefs because of Dick Vermeil. So they have the Kansas City Chief bar in South Philly somewhere.
That's correct, yeah.
I mean, that happens everywhere, though. Like, there's Eagles bars in Florida. Yep. You can go to any town in the country and find an Eagles bar, it feels like.
That's true, yeah.
Alex in Hamilton. Broad's friend that plays for the Hurricanes is Eric Robinson, Camden County native. Same town I grew up in as a native Belmarian. It's more than okay to root for Eric Robinson as long as he's not playing the Flyers. End of story. Yeah, the Flyers got booted. Now, Rhodes was on the ice with the Stanley Cup taking a picture with the guy. I mean, you don't pass that up. Well, like, what about
and I mean, Wild and Bailey. I mean, Wild just like it's just incredible.
What about the guy, he played for the Flyers, and he lived in Ventnor, and he would bring the Stanley Cup. Like, we were up at Caesars one time. We did a live broadcast, and he brought the cup. He played for the Kings, I think.
Yeah, I see his name in my mind. I see his face in my mind. I can't remember.
If anybody knows, let me know. All right, we'll wrap up the show on the other side. Sports Bash Live. By the way, we're going to be at Pig Dog next Friday. It's happening in Wildwood next weekend. Battle on the Beach flag football tournament. Take a break from the sidelines and visit us at Pig Dog Beach Bar, located right next to the fields. We will be broadcasting live there on Friday, July the 10th. Next weekend, only at Maurice Pier in Wildwood. All right, that'll do it for the Sports Bash today. When we come back tomorrow, NBA players are going to be on new teams. We'll talk about it right here on the Sports Bash. By the way, the poll question up to date. Here it is. The final results are in. Phillies fans, you can remove one contract. Trey Turner, 7 more years, $27 million per year. Or Aaron Nola, 4 more years at $24.5 million per year. Which contract are you getting rid of? 73% say Nola's contract. 26% say Turner's contract. They're both terrible. And you can't get rid of either one of them. That's the problem. By the way, Justin Williams was the Kings player we were thinking of. Thanks to an old buddy on that one. This has been the Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN. Back tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody.